Hello. Welcome to the first part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this series we see that a really big war is going on. At the Grandest Kingdom last line of defense Endeavor Stronghold. A really big army of monsters is attacking. Soldiers are being overwhelmed by the monster number. Some monsters starts to scale the wall. One of the soldiers says, "Fight with all you have, Endeavor soldiers. Slay every single one of those orcs." A lot of orcs starts to scale the walls and killing the soldiers. Some really bright light appears in the sky. All the orcs starts to see toward that. Orcs goes to berserk after seeing the light. Deputy Commander thinks, the orcs have gone berserk. It's now just a matter of time before the south gate falls. Their large number are troublesome. However, the really problem will start when the Orc Lord joins the battle. Since the Orc Lord is different from the previous ones, as he is an Aura Master. Which means that he can use special Aura skills. The orcs have already taken the castle walls. Could this really be the end for us? Stop them. The monster starts to climb down the walls. They says, "No matter what happens, protect the castle with your lives." One of the orcs steps on a soldier. All the dead soldiers start to get up. Even the dead soldier under orc's feet grabs the orc. Everyone is really surprised and say, "What is that light?" The corpses are standing back up. All the undead starts to fight orcs. Soldier says, "There's a necromancer." Why is a necromancer? Orc Lord starts to attack as well. Our protagonist is in front of the Orc Lord. He says, "Defeating you with just normal corpses isn't possible." As expected of an Aura Master, our protagonist looks less of a necromancer and more of an assassin. He bring out some more really strong looking undead monsters. He says, "It's you turn now." Orc Lord is still killing undead army non-stop. Orc Lord uses a really powerful attack. The skeleton warrior comes from behind the Orc Lord and attack him. Orc Lord dodges the attack. The undead Tiger Man immediately attacks from the front. They both Skeleton Warrior and Tiger Man attacks Orc Lord at the same time. They start to fight. The Tiger Man uses a really powerful attack. Our protagonist is also kill the monsters with a sword. Some thinks, the world is vast. To think that a necromancer with such excellent swordsmanship would be on this battlefield is baffling. A giant undead is also killing a lot of orcs. The fairy monster is also killing the monsters. All the alive soldier are really surprised to see our protagonist's power. They thinks, he managed to turn the tides of the battlefield just by himself. Even though the Empire forbids black magic, Orc Lord gets really excited and says, "I never thought mere corpse could force me to a halt. But don't you dare think you can defeat me with just this." Splendid. Our protagonist get in front of Orc Lord and says, "Finally a usable body. You have the qualifications to become one of my companions." Our protagonist extends his sword. He start to attack Orc Lord. Orc Lord grabs the sword with his aura hand and jumps to attack. Our protagonist one hand and leg gets cuts. But in the next moment it is reattached. Orc Lord is surprised to see that and smiles. They both starts to fight. Orc Lord attacks him. His sword hits a lot of bones. Our protagonist can summon the piles of bones to defend himself. Our protagonist thinks, "I must become even stronger." Bones starts to come out the ground and starts to cover his body. He thinks, "For the sake of my own survival, and for the sake of those precious to me." His undead army is watching him. He looks really cool in that bone armor. He thinks, and also, Orc Lord gets really excited and says, "Come great warrior who wishes to change the world. Entertain me in battle one last time." Our protagonist thinks, "For me to continue living as Andrea's Cromwell." They both starts to fight. A lot of really big explosions starts to happen. Soldier are really surprised to see him fight. Even his own undead army is really surprised to see his power. Our protagonist's sword is covered with fire. Orc King is also attacking him. Prologue ends here. After that we see Rodlin Academy. The Empire's more prestigious, nurturing academy, where those deemed promising come to learn. While this is where those who are hiding their identities gather. Someone says, "Hey Andreas. Didn't you say it was here?" Andreas is our protagonist. He says, "Sorry, There are a lot of dead monsters around them. That man says, to think you can't even remember the location of the body you worked on last week. Andreas thinks, we are researchers of the forbidden black magic, necromancers. If someone were to find it out, I would be executed on the spot. That is why I conduct my experiments in secret. That man says, back away, I will now begin. They start the ritual. It fails. He says, let's end it here for today, clean up and then head back up. Andreas thinks, well, I didn't learn anything today either. He starts to clean it up. He thinks, even though it's dangerous doing this, I don't seem to be getting much out of it. But it's not like I can just quit. After all, this is the only place I can read proper books concerning black magic. Sorry for taking so long. That man says, if it takes you half a day just to do the cleanup, when will you be able to do the full job by yourself? Andreas thinks, because you don't teach me anything, I have to learn by myself. He says, I entrusted a simple job to you and you're already that nervous. I won't tolerate another failure. Andreas says, I will do my best. He says, I don't know if I can count on you, but I will give you another chance. Go to the Binehales National Graveyard and bring me another body. Don't forget, I am the one who took you in despite you being an orphan. So you have to constantly prove you are worth living. If you can't, you already know what will happen. Andreas thinks, I will just become another body of his to perform experiments on. He says, so do it well. Now leave. He says, yes, sir. Andreas gets out of there and thinks, he didn't even give me the travel expenses. Other students looks toward Andreas with really surprised look on their face. Andreas says, I'm not some kind of spectacle out of my way. He thinks, I have not the slightest idea of how to get out of this. His full name is Andreas Cromwell, Magic Department 3rd year, untalented. An orphan from a fallen family. A typical man who curries face with the strong and slams the weak. The worst rated of the academy, a third-rate villain. The type of character that nobody wants to play as. But even though I don't want it, I have to keep living as Andreas. He says, I am Makoto Kaneshiro and I am inside the world of great sin. I was a member of the special forces who couldn't adapt to the life of a normal member of society. And for me, the only thing that supported me in my heart was the great sin. So I just forgot about everything and immersed myself in the game. And when I finally managed to clear it on my 12th week, Makoto Kaneshiro, someone who possessed detailed knowledge of my personal information and gaming habits, called me. As I was surprised, I tried to turn off my computer instantly. But without realizing, I turned into a character of the game at a point half a year before the main story would begin. Andrea is a character who was followed by the shadow of death. Why, you ask? Because all the characters go through the same event. They discover Karen's true identity and then kill him. Together with me, so if I don't find a way to get away from Karen before the main story begins, then I won't be able to escape being involved with the main characters. Can I really clear this? I have no choice but get stronger before it begins. The only thing I can count on is the 2 special traits you get for playing 13 weeks. But one of them is random and I got the dual core trait. That makes you able to use both magic and swordsmanship. I doubt that I can survive just focusing on one of them. And that leaves me with the other main trait that I can choose. So I have no choice but to choose one that synergizes the most with my necromancy. He says, chose characteristic. A list of traits appears in front of him. He thinks, seeing it for the first time, there really are a lot to choose from. Chinese Dao. Weapons path, probably not those. First let's look at the ones I haven't seen before. I'm certain I can find the solution in here. He, the trait evolution. He chooses evolution. He thinks, is the phenomenon that adapts a living creature for it to real higher places. It's a trait I haven't seen before in the game so far. What is really need right now was something that allowed me to outgrow those castle walls and evolutionary development. There's no need to think further. Evolution trait selected. I can finally see it. What kind of future this trait will bring for me. We see him behind the master of a dragon and he is the king of everything. He thinks, in this world, I will definitely survive and clear the game as Andreas. The first part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, Please subscribe and like, and if you want to support me financially you can join my channel membership only for $1. Channel membership and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching.
Hello. Welcome to the second part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that at Maple Leaf Dormitory Rodland Academy Free Facility, Andreas thinks Andreas was a very minor villain in the game, but seeing it firsthand, he really was so powerless. He can barely use a single elemental magic. My only immediate asset is his necromancy, which is why I chose the evolution trait. I'll stop by the underground research room before I head to the graveyard, since I can't be wasting my time. I need to get stronger as fast as possible, not only for the event. There are countless characters that can kill my besides Sharon. He starts to read some books called Black Magic Introduction. I will become a black mage. Troublesome Black Magic. He thinks, what horrible titles. Each could get me instantly killed if I'm discovered with it. But there's something that can kill me in this room right now. If I'm not mistaken, she is clearly a vampire. The vampires in this game are unfazed by direct sunlight and are beings that are capable of wielding powerful magic. She's not the kind of being that Sharon CNA get his hands on easily. She's probably the equivalent of a mid-game boss. She says, "Hey, won't you help me get out of here?" After that we see is on a train going to the graveyard. He thinks, frankly speaking, that was tempting. Perhaps it's a godsend gift. She says, "If you let me out, I will kill Sharon. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you someday? How about it?" He thinks, as expected of a vampire, she saw through my caution with Sharon. I haven't been acting like Andreas for a while now, so maybe it was because of that. If I release you, there's no guarantee that you will let me go safely. She says, "I swear it. I won't kill you." He thinks, but would a higher being like her keep a promise with a human? She says, "It's the truth. I swear." He thinks, am I supposed to just believe that? He says, "I'll think about it. If I betray my teacher right away, things would get troublesome." She says, "Hey, there's no time for that. Release me this instant." He thinks, let's try researching more about vampires. Perhaps there is a book about handling them somewhere. The next stop is at the National Graveyard. Right now, we are arriving at the Harfell station. The doors will open on the right side. Andreas is pulling a really big bag. He thinks, this really is the body of a mage. Moni is a think, but for now I have to put up with using physical strength. Here is where the black mages gather their corpses, the National Graveyard. He says, "I've come from Jenny's house. I'm here with her grandson." They ask, "Did you bring flowers?" He says, "I've brought 13 azure sky irises." They says, "Is that so? Come in." There is a man who says, "My hip hurts." He see Andreas and says, "Nice timing. As promised, a knight's corpse. Take it or leave it." Andreas says, "Thank you very much." Andreas starts to pull the knight and says, "Damn, he's heavy." He packs him into a suitcase and says, "Now let's leave before it gets too late." It feels like I've seen that name on the gravestone somewhere before. He thinks, no way. Is this the Aura Master Nickel Liefeld? Someone who spent decades in isolated training following the path of the sword. But even though he dedicated his whole life to the sword and became an Aura Master, at this moment, he died of old age. That was one of the game's Easter eggs. I still wonder why they added that in. But here nobody knows that Nickel became an Aura Master at the end. If I create a Death Knight with this body, of course not even Sharon can create a high-ranking one. But after I evolve, it'll be a whole other story. So I definitely need to find a body with good latent abilities. He says, "Sir Paimon." Paimon says, "Do you want another body?" Either way, it's a no. Got it? You have to get Karen's permission first. Please think of my position here. Andreas says, "What if I trade this ring for one? This ring is engraved with a count's crest. If I sell it, I can make a fortune." Is he really offering it? Andreas says, "I have nothing but this old ring of mine. And as a mage, results matter the most to me. So I will gladly offer it." Paimon says, "Is that so? I will definitely hide it from my teacher, so please take it." Paimon says, "Fine then. I'll give in." Andreas thinks, even though it's the ring of a fallen noble household, it's still irresistible. Andreas says, "Thank you very much, so let's dig up this one then." Wait, that's a tough one. Andreas thinks, the clear future I saw yesterday is finally starting. When I go back, I will start my necromancer training as soon as possible. I'll be in your care, my first subordinate. After that we see Sharon says, it seems like a usable body. Take care of the reagents while I'm gone. And of course, you'll be responsible for the aftermath too. Andreas thinks, I just returned, and he's already ordering me around. I do chores better when I'm annoyed. Perhaps my body instinctively remembers. I also to quickly finish this up, so that I can start studying right away. At my current level, can I really use Nickel's body? With my skill level, a skeleton is the most I can work with for now. It's probably possible to evolve thing with the evolution trait, but I'm not certain because I haven't tried it out yet, and I don't even have money, so I can't practice on another body. Vampire says, hey, how long are you planning to make me wait for? He says, you weren't sleeping? I already said I wouldn't kill you. Let me out. Do you really want to live the rest of your life as Karen's assistant? Andreas gets close to her. He thinks, I was waiting for you to talk to me. She says, that's right. Have you finally made up your mind? He thinks, I've always wondered how Sharon even managed to tie you down. But as I read this, I've figured out the answer. She says, what's wrong? Why are you standing there in silence while staring at me? Are you still in doubt? She says, hurry up and make up your mind. Otherwise, I might still kill you even if you release me. He says, I will let you out. I can't stand Sharon anymore. She says, so you've decided. Now remove my restraints. He says, however, you must swear on your family's name that you won't kill me. He thinks, judging by her reaction, the content of the book was true. When a vampire swears on their family's name, they are prohibited from breaking the promise they made. She says, I understand. I swear on Lucifer's name. He thinks, that easy. System says, you have fulfilled the conditions. An evolvable specimen has been detected. Angela Lucifer's evolution probability 55%. He thinks, what? Evolution probability? Just because she swore? System says, evolution. Unique. Targets who accumulate enough experience can evolve from a lower grade to a higher grease. Can be used on all targets that are not hostile. A genetic divergence can occur. Would you like to evolve it? He thinks, seems like I can use it on other entities apart from my summons. This is my chance to test it out before using it on Nickel. He thinks, even if something happened, it's not my fault. She says, what is it? Did you deceive me? He presses yes. She starts to scream with a lot of pain. She says, hey you bastard. What the hell did you? She starts to feel even more pain. He thinks, what the hell is happening to her? He says, hey, vampire. Pull yourself together. Shit, now I don't even know if I succeeded. But I learned one more thing about this trait. Andreas thinks, if I can evolve entities that are not my direct summons, I could certainly evolve my own. So it should be fine to summon Nickel right now. Let's do this. He says, skeleton summoning. System says, basic necromancy skeleton summoning has been activated. One corpse has been detected. Target that is capable of exercising necromancy has been detected. Additional effects have been applied. Andreas thinks, this is the amount of mana needed just to summon one skeleton. A skeleton appears in front of him. System says, basic necromancy skeleton summoning was successful. One skeleton rank legendary has been summoned. Basic necromancy skeleton summoning level has been raised from 1 to 3. System says, the corpse's level is high. Bonus statuses have been applied. The corpse's level is extremely high. Its tier will be raised. It is turned into a skeleton soldier. The corpse's level is transcendent. It can regain a little of its sense of self from the past. He thinks, nice, that was a huge success. It even became a grade higher than a regular skeleton. Skeleton stats window appears saying, skeleton soldier legendary. Nickel Lifil. Undead. Tier 2. Traits, sense of self. Mastery, sword. He thinks, and even its traits. Mastery. It's the state of being at the pinnacle or ultimate stage of proficiency such that there is nothing else beyond. He thinks, it's the only trait that can be attained through effort and growth. But to think that a skeleton possesses it. Andreas says, you really were a sword master when you were still alive, huh? Skeleton uses a hand sign. Andreas says, you will be in my care? He says, I guess the same goes for me. He thinks there's still about a year until Karen's death. If I want to survive, there are a lot of things I need to do. Even if I leave my summoning skill alone, its proficiency is still rising. Anyways, I'll let Nickel out of the room for now. System says, there are currently 1 out of 5 summons in your storage. Would you like to summon one skeleton soldier? He says, yes, come out. It'd be bad if someone sees him. Let me dress him up first. Nice. No matter how you look at it. He looks like a human now. It seems like the Easter egg description was true. Andreas says, he died while training and he's still training even though he's dead? It's good for me anyways, since I've finally found a way to cultivate this shit trait of mine. He says, Nickel, won't you teach me swordsmanship? Cromwell Informational Scroll. Great Sin World Overview. In the world of Great Sin, both talents and its rank are important factors. The shorter the name, the stronger the talent is. For example, movement is the highest level of physical abilities there is, as opposed to motion prowess that would be a grade below. Genius, exceptional, extraordinary, ordinary, poor. The second part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the third part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Skeleton is training Andreas' swordsmanship. He swings the stick and says, like this. Andreas thinks, my body is creaking like crazy. Thank God you taught me how to keep up with a body like this. It's kind of like having a crazy aura master as a teacher. Or should I perhaps say that they're all crazy? If I'm taught correctly, I'll be able to use aura, and in the future, I'll be able to switch between aura and mana, and I won't need to choose just one because I have the dual core trait. I'll be able to walk the path of a magic swordsman since I'll be using both the mana in my heart and my dantian. It'll be hard for me to grow, but if I get past the initial stages, I'll be stronger than anyone. Just like the great Emperor Edmund, the one who founded the empire. Skeleton pinches him. What the hell did you do so suddenly? Skeleton says, focus. Andreas says, how can you grip me so strongly when you're just a pile of bones? Andreas thinks, I was a member of the Special Forces, so physical training is a breeze for me. I'll teach you a lesson or two about guts, Andreas. You skeleton, if you pinch me one more time. After that we see that he is drinking tea and thinks, since I skipped class today and let Nickel out, how much did my necromancy level up? He thinks about 2 points in 5 hours. It went up a lot faster than I thought. Of course, after reaching beginner grade, it should be a lot slower. He thinks it'll take 200 hours to reach beginner necromancy. Come to think of it, Sharon hasn't called me for a while, has he? The vampire looks the same, so he probably did not find out. It's taking a lot of time for the evolution to finish, so nothing probably went wrong. Nickel is training right beside him. He says, I know that you don't get tired since you're an undead, but you're something else. If I had potions, I could also train while healing myself forever. He thinks of 2 potions. First is Healing Potion. It heals internal injuries and heals fatigue. And second is Regenerating Potion. It heals external wounds and amplifies one's recovery rate. But there's no way a poor person can afford them. If I make them myself, I can probably spend less on the costs of making them, but it's not as easy as in the game. I know the necessary ingredients, but I don't know the specific ratio. So it's better for me to attend some of the classes to fill up my knowledge. He goes to the potion calls. Students there say, why did he come to potion class? Probably to pick up girls. His family's already ruined. What is he even doing here? Andreas thinks, I hear you, you bastards. Endure it. I'm not here to stand out at all. A teacher says, silence, let's start the third lecture. Professor Vauban's class, Intermediary Medicinal Herbalism. Andreas thinks, the contents and events haven't strayed so far. Now just go to the part about the mixing rates, please. Teacher says, the next one we'll be talking about will be the method for making a physical reinforcement potion. I've said before that it's based on mohen leaves and 3 other materials, right? Andreas thinks, the contents of the lecture and my game knowledge aren't matching? Even though it's an intermediary potion, you're teaching a potion with so many side effects? Andreas says, teacher, can I ask you a question? He says, please ask away, Andreas. Andreas asks, why don't you add Hong Pishi extract and moderate root bark? Teacher says, why should I add those in? If you want to add those, then just go ahead and make a soup. Andreas thinks, what I said right now were all the necessary ingredients to make a physical reinforcement potion, so what's with those reactions? Maybe this recipe hasn't been discovered yet? Even though I went through the trouble of going to the class, my knowledge is way better than what I just learned. Maybe it's better for me to study alone, after all. After that, he goes to the Academy Grounds Research Department. He is trying to make potions, but he is failing again and again. He says, not again. He thinks, even though I know the recipe, what I need right now is a reliable way to make them. Also, the materials cost a lot more than I thought. I'll go broke soon. What if someone helped me? No way anyone would help a trashy person like Andreas. A female student gets there. She says, as expected, Senior Andreas is here. He thinks, shit. Why did a playable character come here? She's the one playable character who's a genius at potion brewing. Lucia Everlast. She shouldn't be close to Andreas, so why is she here? She says, it seems like you've been failing a lot. Andreas thinks, leave her be. If I ignore her, maybe she'll leave. What were you experimenting on? He says, it's a secret. He thinks, even though I went to class and got nothing out of it, my problems keep increasing. She says, you really are bitter, aren't you? Fine. It's not like I thought someone like you would propose something first. She says, Senior. Won't you study with me? Don't you think it's a good idea? There is no need for me to refuse. He says, what do you want? She says, is it weird for me to want a research partner? He says, you don't gain anything out of this. She says, the demand gratitude, nothing less. It seems like you have some kind of talent and could create some amazing things. I look forward to medicines that don't yet exist in this world. He thinks, I was just trying to make medicine for myself. The reason Lucia is so well versed in potions isn't just because she has talent for it. It's because if she doesn't find a way to heal the disease she has, then she'll eventually die because of it. Since even famous doctors and pharmacists couldn't heal her, she had no choice but to study it herself. This disease is a grave one that was granted by the system itself. But if you're not like someone like me, who played the game a tone, you wouldn't be able to find a cure. But for me to meet someone as intelligent as her. As I said, the last thing I need is someone to find my real identity. Looks like she heard what I said in class and needed me because of it. If I just carelessly get myself tangled up with her, my life will just get shorter. Andrea says, I'm not interested. Leave. Peona Mushroom. She says, you didn't say it in class, but don't you need to add that, too? He thinks, the main material that nobody but I should know of. She says, if you add it there, shouldn't you be able to make the potion? I knew intuitively. If you wish, I can help you. Andrea says, you're saying this just because you're Rick. Once you've completed what you came to do, leave. He thinks, I won't give up my life just because of your attractive proposal. She says, fine. I'll give you some time to think about it, since I think you'll change your mind soon. He says, I don't need to think about it. He thinks, even though I won't be worrying about anything, the risks are too high. He starts to train. He thinks, I can find the ratios myself. The problem is the money. As I thought I need a way to make money first. Is there any good idea that comes to mind? Andrea says, you really know when I'm not focusing. After the training ends, I'll have more time to think about it carefully. Is there really no viable way for me to get money? Andreas thinks, the only idea I have right now is to beg my sister for money after she sent that letter saying that she misses me. Isn't this the exact same thing that the previous Andreas did? No matter how much of a scumbag you are, this is not the way to make money. I swear this will be the last time. Another female student sees him and says, Andreas Cromwell? For him to be walking around while carrying a book. Did he finally manage to get the determination to do something? She says, even if he changed, there's no way to fix his trashy personality. He thinks I forgot about it. Diane Alvin, the genius magician and young lady of the Alvin family. Another character who can easily kill me in the academy. We got along pretty well when we were kids, but because the Cromwell family had lots of debt to pay, we eventually grew apart. Andreas did some pretty bad things since then, so she would probably kill me just by me talking to her. Either way, my dying wouldn't be weird at all. As I thought, asking my younger sister for money is the best option right now. After that we see the capital Rodland. Andres says, it should be around here. Someone says, you've come Andreas. I sent so many letters, but you didn't answer any of them. What happened? He says, I'm sorry for making you have to work, Amy, even though you're a lady of accounts household. She says, it's not like you to say something like this. It's not your fault anyway. She is Amy Cromwell, and Dyra's younger sister. She says, "Why are you making such a serious face? Do you need more money again?" She brings out an envelope and says, "I thought about it and prepared some for you." She says, "You can't spend it carelessly, okay?" He says, "Thank you, Emmy. I'll definitely pay you back." "Where's your ring, Andreas?" He says, "The engraved ring? I took it off so I wouldn't lose it." She says, "You're taking good care of it, right?" He thinks, I can't say the truth to her. She says, "You didn't do it, did you? No matter what, you shouldn't have." He says, "I'm sorry." She says, "Get out. I don't want to see you anymore." He says, "Wait." She says, "Don't come here. You don't have to pay me back anymore." He says, "I'll get it back." He thinks it must have been a really important item for her. It's my first time seeing Emmy so angry. What's this miserable feeling? I have to get that ring back as soon as possible. What meaning is there in life when you're simply existing? I wasn't happy when I survived alone back there either. I'll have to make it with what I got. I'll accept Lucia's proposal. The third part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the third part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that at Potion Manufacturer Experiment Report, someone says, "Hey, you get up and run a little. You've stayed like this for a whole week inside your room like a neat. Only idiots do those things." Andrea says, "Lucia's also lazying around today while I'm pushing myself. Using your spare time to train and do experiments is pretty tiresome. But sometimes she switches up and helps in making things go faster." Lucia is sleeping. Audrey is calling her and says, "Why do I feel like I am the only one working here?" She says, "You're imagining things." Andrea thinks, "She always makes me mad." She says, "Instead of doing nothing, decrease the amount of moderate and increase the amount of Todor's tree essence." He says, "Got it." Andrea thinks her intuition is really precise, and sometimes she even gets into the heart of the problem. "I'm doing this because of the money, but working together really was the best answer." Audrey is mixing stuff together. System says, "You have manufactured a physical reinforcement potion intermediary grade." Audrey starts to laugh. She says, "What happened? Did you fail again?" He says, "It worked." Andrea says, "I know it's really sudden, but the potion experiment report ends here." System says, "Talent potion brewing buff type ordinary has been acquired. Conditions have been met." Andrea says, "I got a new talent?" System says, "Andrea's Cromwell's talent, evolution probability of buff type ordinary grade potion brewing is 32% evolve." He thinks, what the hell does this mean? So I can also evolve traits? Does that mean I can basically evolve anything if the conditions are fulfilled? 32% the value. It's even lower than the when I evolved the vampire. This is incredible. There are basically no side effects. Anyway, let's save it for now. She says, "It can even be used daily. Let's go make a request to the Potion Examination Committee right away." Audrey says, "You can do this part since I've basically done all the work so far." She says, "I'm gonna be busy with my midterms starting tomorrow, right? But since you made it easy for me, I will take care of it for you." He says, "So you were slacking off on purpose." System window appears saying, "Angela Lucifer evolving. Remaining time, 14 days, 21 hours, 33 minutes. Angela thinks, what the hell did I do? My whole body's burning and in pain. But I feel like there's something more to this pain. After that, we see an instructor says, "When we reach the midterms evaluation spot, please gather so that we can explain how it's going to work." Andrea thinks, if it's Lucia, she can easily pass the first examination. After that, there's the magic tower, where the last part is done. I've been training a lot, so my swordsmanship and necromancy has increased considerably. It's fine as long as I manage to pass the midterms. And the vampire evolution is about to finish, so I could probably check up on her. If I give an excuse when I go back, it'll probably fine for me to check on her. A girl says, "Hey, Diane, what do you think the midterms will be about this time? The request and the group members will be random, right? If you're lucky, it'll be a breeze. Diane says, I wonder no matter who I get paired with, it shouldn't matter. She says, but it's not that simple. What if you get into the same group as him? Instructor says, in 1 minute, we will be arriving at Auckland training station. He says, everyone get off. They get off the train and instructor says, as stated previously, the third year's midterm exams will be a group test with random members. Each group will be composed of 3 students from the warrior department, 1 student from the magic department, and a supervisor. The group will have until Monday to complete the approved task. I wish luck to everyone participating. Then, let's start announcing the groups. Audrius thinks, shit. In the academy, there are countless villains besides me and Sharon. And just in this exam, 2 are in my group. First one is a player who fought the cult fanatic Hazar Gapri. And the other is the academy's indiscriminating murderer, Vivian the Lunatic. Why am I in the same group as them? Even my luck is that of a trashy characters? Someone says, hey, you saw the photos, right? I'm Christopher. I'm in the same group as you. Nice to meet you. Seems like you're training like a warrior, even though you're a magician. You disgust me. Don't get in my way. Hazar says, hello, my name is Hazar Gapri. And I think being an unfriendly warrior is a big problem. Andreas thinks, here comes the fanatic. Vivian Belkin tells them his name. Andreas thinks, crazy guys. Christopher says, who are you saying isn't sociable? Andreas thinks, they're even a mob like Knight in this group. They says, so you're saying I should leave a magician copying the warrior's training style alone? I'm fine with it since everyone should get a little bit of physical exercise anyway. Andreas thinks, don't fight, you idiots. They're not the only problem in this group. Why do we also have a Yankee for a supervisor? This is the worst group ever. Instructor says, when all the group members are gathered, the group can go get its request. Everyone please try to come back alive. Andreas thinks, coming back with this group? They are riding a train. Supervisor says, I'll formally introduce myself. I'm Ivy Claire, the supervisor of Group 9. Here's what our group has been tasked with. Look over it carefully. Investigate a village in Baron Bollaric's territory. There's a rumor that the landlord of the village of Thrym has been murdered. We sent an investigator 2 weeks ago, but he has also disappeared. We are therefore requesting an investigation be conducted by the Mercenary Guild. She say, any questions? Andreas thinks she's much more aggressive compared to the gang. Ivy Claire. Apart from becoming the youngest Aura Master in the near future, no more information is known about her character. Her skill is real, but I'm afraid her personality will make things difficult. Ivy says, I heard that Seaweed Head over there tried playing a knight recently. A mage like you? What a joke. Can you even lift? Andreas says, I don't want to hear that from someone who need to chew on jerky to keep her cool. She says, I can't smoke here. Do you want me to chew on you instead? He thinks, please arrive soon. They reach their destination. Bollaric says, you've come a long way, welcome. It is a shame that this incident has happened, but I'll briefly explain the situation to you. The landlord of Thrym Village is my nephew. He was a baronet, but he had no family. That's all the information I know. Ivy says, thank you for the details. Servant comes and says, my lord. The young master is. Andreas sees them talking. Bollaric gets up and says, I have to attend to something, so if you'll excuse me first, best of luck to you all. Servant says, forgive our rudeness. The young master is unwell. Ivy says, it's all right. We've gotten all of the needed details. We'll be leaving soon. Andreas sees the servant. They come out and Ivy says, good job watching over the equipment. She says, he sure is calm even though his nephew is missing. He reeks. Hey, Seaweed Head, is that why you insisted for us to depart immediately today? Andreas says, yes, there were many things seemed suspicious, especially the part about the missing investigators who lost contact. It sounded like a fabricated story. And it's also odd that they only sent an investigator once, even though a month had passed. But the most suspicious thing was the butler's attitude. Butler says, if you leave now, you will probably reach there by nightfall. It would be better for you to rest up for today and leave tomorrow. Ivy says, I appreciate your concern, but no, thank you. Our job comes first. Andreas says, after we refused to stay, he looked as if his plan had failed. Above all, they looked anxious. They're trembling, their breathing and behavior, down to even their slightest gesture. It's clearly how someone would behave if they were hiding something. Ivy says, all right, let's head for Thrym Village right away. Andreas thinks, This request, there's definitely more to it. Christopher says, should we get a place to stay first when we arrive? Ivy says, no, the investigation takes precedence. Let's start by investigating the landlord's castle. First, Andreas thinks the whole thing is suspicious, but all we can do for now is to check it out directly. Andreas feels something and thinks, what? My mana has suddenly started to shake. It's getting stronger the closer we get to the village. What's going on? Something happens. Hazar says, hey, coach. Christopher says, move. He says, oi. What are? Coach is acting like a crazy man. And even horses are going crazy. They're going really fast. Christopher says, Hazar, something's wrong with the coach. He says, what's wrong? Ivy breaks the door. She sees something and says, damn it, it's too late. Everyone brace for impact. We're going to crash into the main gate. They get crashed into the gate. Everyone in the village is dancing. Like madmans. They come out of the carriage. Christopher says, oi, big head, what's going on here? What's wrong with the villagers? A mage like you should know. Andreas thinks, that settles it. This is more than just a mana anomaly. The fact that my mana is reacting means it's black magic. The fourth part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the fifth part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that they grab a child. Vivian thinks this is not the strength of a normal kid. Hazar says, since he was dancing for the whole day, his feet are really worn out. Just as I thought, it's a curse. So there is a connection between our request and the curse, right? Christopher says, the landlord has been gone for about a month. If they've been dancing since then, they should. VE died from exhaustion a long time ago. Andreas says, it seems like there's someone taking care of them so that they don't die. We probably got dragged into something troublesome. Andreas thinks Andreas didn't die here in the game. If we had taken the butler's suggestion and rested in the castle, the Baron would have covered this up. But since we came to the village instantly, the situation changed. We've got dragged into a dangerous situation. The mana I felt is at about the same level as Karen's. But to be able to use it on such a large scale seems weird. Andreas realizes something and thinks, no way. Does he have an artifact? Christopher says, hey, big head, what's wrong? We have way too few clues right now. Let's search the landlord's house first. The first step is collecting information. After that, they go back to the landlord's house. There are some people are burning out of the house. They breaks the door and goes inside. There are a lot of people dead inside the house. Christopher sees one of them and says, those clothes, aren't they from the Empire investigation team? It seems like a long time has passed since they died. Andreas says, perhaps we won't be able to solve this ourselves. Based on everything so far, I think that this is the work of a black mage. Ivy says, on what grounds? He says, it feels like someone is amplifying the emotions of the people here and exchanging them for magic power. Ivy says, the driving force of black magic is human emotions, after all. So the landlord was probably also killed. Perhaps, because he would have obstructed them. Christopher says, so those burning bodies outside are part of black magic ritual? Andreas says, maybe. Ivy says, we will know the truth eventually after capturing those criminals. So let's search every part of the mansion first. They start to look around. The whole mansion is a mess. Hazar says, we haven't found anything so far, not even the landlord's corpse. Vivian says, Hazar, look outside. They look outside. All people are coming from the village. Andreas thinks, the perpetrator is finally moving. They say, what do we do? It seems like they noticed us. It's as if they were waiting for us to enter the building. Supervisor Ivy, what do we do? She says, let's stop the search for now and leave the building. Hazar, go find an escape route. Hazar starts to run and says, yes. There are a lot of people blocking the way. Hazar says, they are already on the second floor. All of the zombies attack him. Christopher barely blocks them. He says, go protect the mage at the back. I will take care of the front. A really big explosion happens. Christopher goes flying towards the Andreas because of the explosion. Andreas is really surprised Christopher is injured badly. He says, Christopher. Hey, Christopher. She says, they are still coming. He's Seaweed Head. What are you doing? Let's get out of here. Vivian, the window. She breaks the window, and they jump out. Ivy is holding Andreas on her back and Hazar is holding Christopher. Village men are still following them. Andreas wakes up and thinks, I got a flashback from my last operation just now of all times. He uses grease and Earth's shield. Ivy says, what is it with you? Do you think you are alone? Don't use up your mana recklessly. Can you track the Black Mage's location right now? He says, I think I can if I do it right now. Since he's using his mana so blatantly, I will find him easily. He activates Mana Detect. He finds him. He says, they're at the house at our 9 o'clock, about 100 meters away. Ivy says, well done, Seaweed Head. Supervisor Ivy, please wait. Black Mage sees them. Ivy breaks the door and goes inside. She says, looks like we're right on the money. This could be where the Black Mage is hiding. A barrier appears. She is trapped inside the house. She says, damn it, they tricked us. One of the village women is there and she says, sister. It hurts. She thinks no. Andreas is trying to break the barrier and says, it's beyond my power. Black Mage says, how pitiful. Andreas think, what? Black Mage says, just like a moth to flames. A barrier appears above the whole village. Black Magic says, there's no rush. Everything was ordained by God. Kneel in the name of Sloth. He thinks, Sloth? Why is that name appearing now? The title of the game is Great Sin Peccata. Starting with Sloth, the 7 deadly sins were spit off from the main body, the Codex Apocalypse. And by collecting all of them, you can summon the last boss. He thinks they are the most important item for the story. Why is that name mentioned here in the countryside which doesn't even appear in the main story? I can't do this by myself. I have to join up with the others for now. Vivian cuts down a lot of them. She goes mad as well. Andreas comes running and says, Hazar, what happened to Vivian? Hazar says, Andreas, you are safe. This is the first time I'm seeing her like that. Andreas thinks, right. I knew I couldn't trust a zealot. But leaving a wounded ally to fend for themselves, I can't say I like it, but, well, I'll play along. It's a disaster. Supervisor Ivy got trapped inside a barrier. What? Hazar says, what should we do, then? Andreas is still hearing the voice in his head saying, how pitiful. Do you realize that you are killing innocent villagers? Hazar says, this voice. It's probably the Black Mage. They're probably near Supervisor Ivy. She's in danger. I'm going over to her. I'll leave the other to you. Andreas says, he's just too obvious. I guess it's better than getting betrayed. Vivian is killing them. Andreas says, not good. Looks like the dark magic is driving her insane. If I make a wrong move, I'll get dragged in. She can't avoid that one. She stabs 2 of them. Andreas says, no way. He says, not only did she avoid it, she even counterattacked. Someone says, it's a shame. It couldn't be material to squander like that. Black Mage says, so what now? The only unharmed one has fled. Andreas says, I don't care. I wasn't expecting anything from him anyway. Black Mage says, you're remarkably calm. Andreas says, I thought it was about time for the boss to show up. Black Mage says, I don't know where you got that confidence from, but in recognition of your bravery, I'll be giving you a test as well. Crap, I was careless. He is standing inside a void. He starts to disappear and says, what's going on? He thinks, damn it. What, was I dreaming? He is in between a modern war and thinks, where's everyone? He sees a man burning. That man says, Makoto, run. He thinks, Shohei? He runs towards him. He is Andrea's father from the game. Andreas is really surprised to see him. The 5th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 6th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that his father says, take it, Andreas. As long as you have it, you'll be recognized as the true lord of the Cromwell household. Don't be burdened by this father of yours anymore. Please, be happy together with Amy. Everything around him disappears. He thinks, Black Mage is surprised. The magic barrier starts to break. Andrea's hand comes out. His barrier completely breaks. Andrea's is standing there. Black Mage says, how did you escape from my curse of sloth? A system window appears in front of him. He thinks, I'm fed up. System window says, Makoto Kaneshiro Andrea's Cromwell. 100% synchronization rate achieved. Makoto Kaneshiro's exceptional combat talent has been acquired. Andrea says, this curse of sloth of yours is nothing but a game that simply stimulates one's own traumas. Or should I say, that the caster's abilities are lacking. He says, what did you just say? Andrea says, now, what are you going to do? There's no way this will work on someone like me, who has received training from the Special Forces. Black Mage gets angry and says, shut up, and attack him. Andreas dodges the attack. He thinks, he's not that strong, but I can't end this without using my necromancy. It should be fine. No one's watching. Black Mage comes to him. He says, who the hell are you? Andreas says, I will show you right now. System says, beginner necromancy skeleton summoning. Black Mage is really surprised. System says, 23 corpses have been detected. The skill level is insufficient. 9 corpses will be activated. Beginner necromancy skeleton summoning has been successful. Black Mage says, a necromancer. The congregation already knew? Andreas thinks, so there really is a black magic congregation. He misunderstood it, but I can use it to shake him off. 7 skeletons common. And 2 common skeleton soldiers have been summoned. I've been entrusted with recovering the page of sloth in the name of the congregation. With the likes of skeletons? You think you can match the power of sloth? Black Mage attacks the skeletons and destroys them. Andreas is really surprised. He activates the Earth Shield. Black Mage says, stop pretending. Andres says, nickel. Black Mage says, those are nothing but small fries. Nickel cuts his attacks. Black Mage is really surprised and thinks, I can't believe it. A mere skeleton cut my dark spear? This guy. Black Mage brings out something really strong and hits the nickel. He bring out a lot more of those. Andrea sees that and thinks, the page of sloth. To think that the likes of you is making me use my precious collected sloth power. Some really strong monster starts to come out of the ground. He says, you will pay with your life for disrupting my plans. Nickel as Andreas barely dodges his attack. Andreas thinks, I can react if it's only this fast. And Nickel is durable enough to withstand his attacks. Nickel is blocking all his attacks. Black Mage says, die quietly. Andreas is dodging his attacks and thinks, the attacks have gotten even faster. He's having trouble controlling his strength. That means he still didn't fully master the power of sloth. Go for his blind spot and strike him. Nickel disappears. Black Mage sees Andreas and thinks, he's a persistent one. Andreas says, you bastard. He was someone I just got my hands on. Black Mage says, my bad, but don't worry. I'll send you to the same place where the skeleton is now. Farewell. Nickel appears behind Black Mage through a portal. Nickel cuts Black Mage into 2 pieces. Andreas thinks, I thought about who could be the one doing this. But to think that the Baron Butler was a Black Mage, that means that somehow the Baron is involved with this as well. Anyways, Andres picks up the page of sloth. System says, Apocalypse Codex 7th Chapter Diligent Sloth Mana Recovery Rate 321%. Andres thinks, what should I do with this? It's not like I can just walk around with it. That's right, there's also Nickel. He gives the page of sloth to Nickel and says, take care of this for now. Let's put it first in the summoning storage, and then think about what to do with it later. Even though the caster died, so why isn't the barrier disappearing? It's fine for me if they don't manage to come out. But then I'd have to explain to survive if I came back alone. This barrier is different from the one I was in. Andreas touches the barrier. He gets sucked into the barrier. Andreas is in Vivian's dream, he says. Is this little one Vivian Belcan? She says, a ghost? Or is it a demon? The chair is talking? Andreas says, I am neither a ghost nor a demon, Vivian. I am a fairy who came to rescue you. Andreas thinks, it's nice that I came here, but what the hell am I doing? Be patient. This is all an act. I'm a fairy. The first thing I saw when I came here was the young Vivian being slapped in the face by some noble woman. Because nobody can see me, investigating was really easy. So I found out that woman was Count Belkin's second wife, as well as this household's background. The Belkin household is famous for its swordsmanship, so the Lord wanted a son that could become its successor. However, because Vivian's mother didn't give birth to a male heir, a tragedy began. Why did I have you? I should have never given birth to you. Since even her own mother had abandoned her, there wasn't a single person left to protect Vivian. Because of the loneliness and mistreatment she was suffering, a seed of insanity was planted. And as the time passed, the more she succumbed to the insanity. To the point she killed all of the teachers and assistant teachers in the 5th-year meeting by herself. She says, Mr. Fairy? Andreas thinks, I can't make you forget your past, but I can give you a hand in trying to overcome it. She starts to cry and says, did you really come to help me? He says, why are you crying, Vivian? She says, I haven't had anyone try to help me before. Andreas thinks, I really don't know how to deal with kids. He says, you have a special talent, Vivian. It's just that nobody here has recognized it yet. She says, I am special? He says, yes. You have a very special and excellent talent for swordsmanship, but I haven't even touched a sword yet. This fairy here knows a lot of things, so just trust me. She says, but I am always getting scolded. He says, it's fine. I will be by your side. And in exchange, promise me that you won't tell anyone about me. She says, I promise. After that, Andreas stays with her, teach her swordsmanship, and other stuff. When she gets sick, he sits by her side. 1 month later, Vivian is calling him saying, where are you, Mr. Fairy? I came to the promised location just like you told me. She says, are you going to be teaching me swordsmanship today too? Andreas says, you can't go around screaming about it, Vivian. I said that nobody can find out about my real identity. She says, so you were over there. He sees. Then, let's start the training. And just like that, I spent a whole month here with Vivian. Vivian is training. He thinks, with my exceptional grade combat talent, I tried to give as much advice as I could to her. It synergized really well with her. She is truly a genuine prodigy. Those shouldn't be the movements of a brat that has only been learning swordsmanship for a month. Andreas says, that's why you've been getting praised by your swordsmanship instructor. She says, but... Andreas says, what is this? I thought she was a pretty confident kid. What's wrong, Vivian? Your movements were perfect. No matter how much I get praised by my teacher, Mr. Fairy won't show himself to me. That's... Andreas says, I'm a fairy. That's why, haven't I told you? She says, is it because I'm a bad child, so you won't show yourself to me? I thought that if I did my best and got acknowledged. But even though I tried so hard, you still haven't shown yourself to me. She says, it's useless no matter how hard I try, isn't it? Someone comes there and says, you've surprised me, Vivian. Count Belkin? Count Belkin says, to think that you have such talent. He says, show me that swordsmanship once more. She is really surprised and she says, yes, sir. She shows it again. Count Belkin says, as expected of one with Belkin's blood. That was incredible. Belkin leaves. She says, Mr. Fairy, that was the first time my Tahir has ever praised me. To think that even I could dream of such a thing. She says, I really want to stay with Mr. Fairy more, but the time for me to wake up has come. Andreas thinks. So, she finally woke up. Because of you, I found the path to go forward. She says, I think I should follow this path and not stay stuck in the past. He says, Vivian Belkin, our promise. Please keep it. She says, I will, forever. Thank you so much, Mr. Fairy. She says, you showed me a good dream. He says, if it's Vivian, she can do it. The barrier breaks and Vivian is on the ground. He thinks, especially if it's the same Vivian from the dream. Baron Bolaric is the one behind the incident in Thrim Village. Ivy learned of this fact after breaking the barrier on her own and joining up with us. Ivy says, hey, big head, cut this bastard's head off, and try not to scar his face. We're going to the Baron's castle right now. We started moving immediately. Her killing intent is terrifying. Christopher is dead, and Hazar is missing. No surprise there. Ivy is hitting the guards. They says, who are you? She says, put your swords away. Ivy says, I'm Ivy Clare, assistant professor of Rodland Academy's night faculty. From this moment on, anyone who defends Baron Bolaric is guilty of treason and will be executed immediately. Andrea thinks she's not going to just kill them all, is she? She is holding Black Mage's head. She says, recognize him? He's the one responsible for what happened in the village of Thrym. Take us to the Baron immediately. He says, you're here. So, Evan is dead. This is my son, Edel. He should have died of illness a few months ago. Andrea says, I see, so that's why he dabbled in black magic. He says, while I was looking around for medicine, a robed man visited me. He said he had a way to help my son. He says, I asked him to do whatever it took to save my son's life, even if that meant leaving him in this miserable state. He says, Edel, please forgive your foolish father. Ivy says those words. Say them to the people you and your butler have killed. She threw him. Guard says, my lord. Ivy says, why are Yoan just standing around there like a fool? Go call the investigation team right now and get rid of that monster in the back. Andreas uses a rock spear. Vivian sees him. He screams. Ivy and Vivian are confused. She says, Oi, big head. Why did you do that without my orders? Andreas says, a creature born of black magic should be dealt with immediately, before it makes any sudden moves. Besides, any important information must be in the Baron's hands. Am I wrong? Afterwards, the Baron was arrested and immediately taken away by the Imperial investigation team. When we returned to the academy, Vivian and I were also called in to give our testimony. It is clear that there was colluding with a black mage. They says, bring the Baron. We'll hold another hearing. Thank you for your time. You two can go home now. He thinks, Baron Boleric, the consequences of getting involved with black magic will surely be severe. Andreas thinks, but you should be thanking me. If I hadn't killed your son, he would have suffered the hell of being experimented on by a bunch of insane wizards. Vivian says, Mr. Fairy must have figured it all out, right? About the Baron's son. She says, you didn't want Five to let him live to suffer, did you? Andreas says, Fairy? What are you talking about? I almost spoke like a fairy. She says, but you sound just like him. Lucia comes running and says, Senior Andreas, are you done with your business? Andreas says, yeah, they said the hearing's over. She says, well, anyway, check this out. Senior, you're famous. She says, it's only been a short time since we unveiled the potion. Andreas says, for real, even though all I want is some peace and quiet. Lucia says, right? I heard you're getting a reward. Treat me to a meal, please. Andreas says, no, the reward money has to be split. She says, isn't she the one who's on the news along with you, Senior? Andreas says, and you only noticed her now? She's Vivian Belcan, a third-year night faculty student. Greet her. She greets her. She says, back to the story. You're the one getting the money anyway, aren't you? So let's go out to dinner and celebrate the success of our potion production. But the jury's not out yet. We'll have dinner some other time. She says, all right. Anyway, I'll see you at the Magic Tower tomorrow. Andrea says, yeah, I won't forgive you if you're late. After that we see at Rodland Magic Tower. And Dyers is holding Lucia and says, I knew it would end up like this. I was a fool to trust you. A man at the tower says, Andreas Cromwell and Lucia Everlast, correct? Andreas says, yes. He says, follow me. He says, the space in the Magic Tower is constantly changing, so please watch your step. You hear that? Now, wake up and walk properly. Lucia says, I'm awake. So, Vivian, the senior I met yesterday, what is your relationship with her? Andrea says, nothing in particular. She says, oh well, but we should definitely go out for dinner. Andrea says, you're rich. Why do you keep begging me to treat you? Someone says, I see you two are not nervous at all. How cheeky. He thinks, that voice, it can't be. The owner of the Rodland Magic Tower, Brack Alvin? Cromwell Scroll of Information Great Sin's World Outlook. Magic Tower is a group of engineering wizards who contribute to civilization. It started with the Amon Levitation. A group of engineering wizards who contribute to civilization. It started with the Mana Levitation. Trained, but they developed various products, such as mana lamps and fertilizers. The more famous a Magic Tower is, the more money it receives from the government and nobility. The sixth part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Channel membership joining link and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 7th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Tower Master appears in front of them. He sees Andreas and says, his son really has that unchanging stupid face. Andreas thinks, Bark Alvin, head of the Alvin household and the current master of the Rodland Magic Tower. Isn't the Tower Master blowing thing out of proportion by appearing personally? Tower Master says, and you are Viscount Hollington's daughter, I presume? Lucia says, yes, my name is Lucia Everlast. He says, if you want people to remember your name, you have to build a reputation to match. Andreas is really surprised and thinks, we heard you. Tower Master says, from now on, I will be the one in charge of this. Stand back. A really big magic circle appears under them. Lucisa says, this Tower Master really is a monster, being able to use such difficult and complex space magic, but it feels like he's exaggerating on purpose. Tower Master says, I can also hear you, you whippersnappers. They appears in front of some judges. They are really surprised to see him, and says, Tower Master. He says, is the potion examination still going on? They say, yes, we just finished the efficacy examination. All that's left is to ask some questions about the production method. Tower Master drinks the potion. He says, Mohem leaves, Tador tree essence, Jahaz fruit, and Peona mushroom. Is there anything else in there? Lucia says, Hong Pishi extract and Matarata root bark. He says, interesting. Judges says, I heard the rumors, but to think she could make such potions at her age. Tower Master says, since the examination is now over, approve it. Tower Masters say, but why is Cromwell's son here? On paper this was reported as a joint effort, but he just got carried, didn't he? Lucia says, without him, I wouldn't have been able to create the potion. Tower Master says, you wouldn't? She says, that's right. Most of the work was done by him. I only helped out. Tower Master says, fine. I will verify this now. Lucia says, it seems like you can't use this magic outside of the magic tower. Andrea says, she's analyzing it even now. They get to the research facility. He says, make the potion right here. The ingredients are in the storage. Andrea says, understood. Andrea thinks, if I use something I didn't use before there could be a problem, so let's go with this one. 5 minutes later, Tower Master tests the potions and says, I'll acknowledge that you created the potion correctly. Now, let's start with the questions. Why did you use Hong Pishi? Andrea says, well, I used it to get rid of the side effects and to improve its efficiency. Lucia thinks, so, Senior Seaweed can explain it well, too. Tower Master says, I understand you needn't go on. Andrea says, I didn't finish explaining it, though. Tower Master removes his blindfold and says, even though we haven't seen each other for quite a long time, the brat I knew couldn't have made something like this. He looks at him and says, who are you? Tower Master Sazi, are you joking, Sir Alvin? I am definitely Andreas Cromwell. The same Andreas you treated like a bug and made fun out of it all the time. Master says, you have become quite the interesting lad, haven't you? All right, let's make a bet. If you discover another medicine this year and bring it here, I will pay off all of the Cromwell family debt, and I will grant you one wish. However, if you fail, you will have to leave Rodland's academy. Well, what do you think of it? Andreas thinks the conditions are harsh, but Andreas says, I will accept this bet. As the heir of the Cromwell family, I cannot possibly refuse such an offer. Tower Master says, let's hope you actually produce results, seeing that you are so confident. Tower Master thinks of them when they were kids. He says, I'll be looking forward to it. Remaining this is decreasing. The vampire gets up. She easily breaks the cage. She thinks of Andreas saying, however, you will have to swear on your family name that you won't kill me. She smiles and says, Andreas. Cromwell Scroll of Information, Great Sin's World Outlook. Stormbringer, a spiritual monster with high intellect, can control lightning and wind even in the game. Having one as your pet was an incredibly difficult task. Andreas thinks, I got back some of the material costs, so my need for money has decreased a bit. As long as I keep making potions, I'll be able to solely focus on my training. The problem right now is the Page of Sloth. No matter how much I think about it, I can't find a way to benefit from it. I should probably exchange it for something I need right now. It can't be helped. I'll have to use Sharon. He gets back to the academy. He alone someone is watching him from above a tree. Am I imagining things? Vampire is watching him. Andrea's meet with Sharon. Sharon says, the hot topic of the academy is finally visiting me. Is this the potion? Andrea says, yes, I came to report to you right after the final examination ended. You've been researching it in secret from me, and now you're acting like a real disciple. I wasn't planning to master. Sharon says, shut up. Now come here without complaining. I'll engrave into you what it means to be my disciple. Andreas thinks he's holding a grudge because of something so trivial. How stingy. Looks like I can't bring the topic up today. Talking to him while he's in a bad mood is a no-go. I should be satisfied with just checking the vampire's condition. His hole is lit on fire. Andreas thinks, seems like the evolution was a success. It's a pity we won't be able to meet her anymore. She was a nice sample. Sharon is really angry, he says. Andreas says, yes? He says, did you do something to Angela's restraints? Andreas says, no, I was scared for my life. Andreas thinks, what an idiot. Even though she was just a hybrid. Servers, you're right. Sharon gets really angry. Andreas thinks, I'll bring up the page of sloth another day. Vampire gets there and says, Andreas thinks she was waiting to ambush me. She says, I've had something to ask you ever since I woke up. Care to answer? She says, look at me. Andreas, good, child. Now tell me about the power I got. Andreas says, why are you doing this? Didn't I keep my word? You should know the price of breaking the oath of your family name. She says, I know it all too well. But I can't help but to ask you something. I couldn't break free from he restraints with my own strength, no matter how much I tried. So I used another way. Do you know what it is? What was the amazing method I used? She thinks, why is this guy giving off that smell? It's just like the great sin of. She says, I finally see what it is. How interesting. Andres says, what the hell are you saying? She grabs him through the neck and says, there are lots of things I want to ask you, but since this place is too noticeable, I'll stop for now. Since we'll be meeting again pretty soon. For the time being, I'll be putting this power to good use. And since you helped me, I can't help but want to thank you. Andreas thinks, what is this strength? She says, don't worry. I won't make you suffer. Since you may be my fated partner. Cromwell Information Scroll. Great Sin World Overview. Drop materials. When the Great Sin was implied a game, only useful items dropped. However, since the game has now turned into reality, I have to deal with the raw material myself, and that makes the processing and mixing much more difficult. The 7th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 8th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. At the beginning of this part, we see that, at a delusion dormitory, Diane says, and then, Lord Philip, with his one-handed sword. Julik says, Diane, stop your preaching just for a little bit. She says, Julik, if you look hard enough, even you can find a knight to root for. By the way, did you hear? It appears Lucia Everlast passed the Magic Tower Potion examination. She says, wow, at that age? I heard she was lazy, but it looks like she's the real deal. But the really surprising part was this. Look, can you believe it? Andreas Cromwell. To think someone as untalented as him managed to help create this potion. When I first heard, I thought it was a lie, too. After his family's downfall, he could only blame his circumstances and talent. What did you accomplish on your own? He said. Did that trash, really change? I'll have to confirm this myself. After that we see in the class. Lucia says, Senior, why are you wearing so many clothes? Andreas says, I'm not feeling well. Lucia says, then why are you here instead of resting? Andreas says, I need to attend enough classes to graduate. Andreas thinks, last night, I can't let anyone see this huge scar on my neck. She said something about a fated partner and some smell. What the hell was she talking about? She just bit my neck all of a sudden and disappeared. Professor says, is everyone here? Student says, yes. Then, let us start the lecture right away. Professor says, Andreas Cromwell, why are you wearing so many clothes? Are you sick? Andreas says, Yes. I caught a cold. Professor says, you seem to be tired because of your potion research. I already marked you as present, so you may leave. Andreas says, thank you very much. But it feels quite lonely here. You even asked me, a professor of medicinal botany, for advice. Perhaps it was too difficult to include my name? Andreas thinks, what is he saying? You didn't contribute anything, and you want a piece of it? Andreas says, I am really grateful for the advice you gave me, teacher. Especially the one regarding the Hong Pishi extract and the Matarata tree bark. Lucia thinks, is he picking a fight? Andreas says, you said that if I added those, I'd be making soup instead of a potion. But, as you can see, the soup was just too good. Everyone is really surprised. Professor says, you are overstepping your boundaries. Andreas says, since I'm not feeling well, I'll be leaving. Professor shouts and says, Andreas Cromwell. Andreas thinks, when I was just a small fry, you guys kept ridiculing me, but now you want to be friendly? Andreas thinks, just shut up and lick my boots. I can just go to another class if I need credits. Professor says, how long are you going to ignore me? Lucia says, Professor. Professor says, Lucia Everlast? Lucia says, can I explain it on his behalf as someone who co-created the potion? Andreas thinks, what the hell are you thinking? Professor says, go ahead. Lucia says, we learned the basics about making potion in this class. And then, we put those basics to practice. So our conclusion is that doing your own research without anyone's help means a lot. I mean, isn't that our duty as magicians? Professor says, that's right. Andreas thinks, Vauban is being overwhelmed by Lucia. Lucia says, we'll ask for your advice next time. If you aren't occupied enough doing your own research. Vauban says, you can always come for my advice. And you, take care. Get back safely. Andreas thinks, Lucia, you did really well, de-escalating the situation. I still don't know why, but thank you, he says, reporting about the potentially scoutable candidates. First, I will report about the students already enrolled in Rodlin's Academy. Someone is ready a report. He is Wu Ongwa officer or Master Duke Sinclair Cloche. Sinclair Cloche says, so, the Everlast Company's daughter created a new type of potion, and they're making it available commercially? His assistant says, correct. They name it the Everlast Potion and are currently monopolizing its sales. Sinclair says, do you have a sample? His assistant says, yes, sir. Sinclair says, is she already made this while only being a first-year student? Surely many people will try to recruit when she graduates. His assistant says, that is why we need to connect with her now. Sinclair says, also check if there are any other who have got their eyes on here. His assistant says, so, how is it? He says, it surprised me. If they manage to commercialize this, it will revolutionize the market. It's several times more efficient than the one currently available on the market, and there's no side effects. However, there is another thing worth taking note of, Your Excellency. The report stated that the potion was co-create. Kane Cromwell's son? Huh? Did he have a talent for potion making from the beginning? She says, it doesn't seem like it. There is also a rumor circulating, saying that he took advantage of her. But then, would there be any reason for her to add his name? No, and since neither household holds any particular relationship to the other. Sinclair says, then, let's investigate it. If it appears he's awakened a talent, add him to the scouting list. She says, understood. After that someone says, how's the end-of-year awards ceremony going? Just as planned, Your Majesty. The Cromwell family will be demoted. Andreas Cromwell. I look forward to seeing if you are different from your father. Andreas is swinging his sword. It's 9,999 time. He's done 10,000. Andreas drinks the potion he made and thinks, without these, it'd be impossible for me to do this. The regeneration potion increases the recovery rate of my muscles, while the healing potion takes care of my fatigue. And by adding the physical reinforcement potion, I've basically created a system to train infinitely. Andreas says, it was a gamble, but evolving you was the right choice. He thinks, I stressed about it a lot at first, but after some time I decided to evolve it anyway, since the risk was low enough. Andreas Cromwell, Potion Creation Buff Type Evolution. Chance of Success, 89% Attempt Evolution. Andreas Cromwell, You have successfully evolved the potion creation buff type. Talent, potion creation buff type ordinary has evolved into potion creation buff type extraordinary. He thinks, the results were so amazing that I felt like an idiot for even worrying about it. I can create way more potions now. The success rate has increased substantially as well. As long as everything keeps going this way and I do my best, I'll be able to grow well. Andreas says, and if I can get a good corpse and some items, I won't need to worry about my fighting strength. And, since Sharon is always away, I can't sell the Page of Sloth to him right away. Andreas see a note on the board. Away due to an urgent business trip. Sharon Diprin. Andreas thinks, is he in such a bad mood that he went traveling and couldn't even let his disciple know? Why is he so petty? He says, I have no other connections besides him. I have medicinal botany classes tomorrow morning, so let's stop worrying and go to sleep. After that, Andreas sees a note on the board in the class, saying, for the reasons mentioned above, today's class will be taught outdoors, as was notified via your table. Vauban. Andreas says, shit. That Vauban bastard. Andreas thinks, did you know I don't have a tablet, and is he using it to get to me? What the hell is he thinking of doing with the students? Rodlin Academy Garden. Everyone is in tension. He says, what? Why is everyone hurrying so much? It looks like an exam somehow. You're late. Andreas Cromwell. Professor says, seems like you were so busy with your own research that you didn't see the notice? Andreas says, how immature can a person be? Lucia says, anyway, come here. I'll explain it to you. Just buy a tablet at this point. You have money now, don't you? So, he discovered an awakening potion and came up with the idea to make an exam to analyze it just like that? Andreas thinks, he must have felt the need to brag about it. Professor says, for someone of your caliber, figuring out the ingredients and proportions of this potion must be a breeze, right? Andreas thinks, you really are one obstinate. Professor thinks, there's no need to be ashamed. You have a very bright future ahead of you. Professor says, today, I'll finally expose you for what you are. He thinks, someone who just took advantage of Miss Everlast, the rising star of the potion world. You are nothing more than a trash student. After that we see 4 hours later. Awakening Potions Composition Analysis Test Results. 1 Lucia Everlast, 1 hour, 22 minutes, 16 seconds, 100%. 2 Andreas Cromwell 2 hours, 4 minutes, 33 seconds, 100%. 3 Talon Bugman 3 hours, 23 minutes, 1 seconds, 96%. They says, there was no cheating of any kind during the exam. So the Andreas really do have a talent for making potions. Lucia says, good job, Senior Seaweed. Andreas, I'm not a seaweed. My name is Andreas. Professor Vauban, why did you do this to me? Professor says, you are. Why did you claim the potion I made as your own? Andreas thinks, why? The 8th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 9th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. At the beginning of this part we see that the boy says, how could you do this to me? You, more than anyone else, should know how much effort I put into this. Student says, isn't Senior Giralf mistaken? I never expected a teacher to be the type to. Andreas says, what do you think? Lucia says, if it's Professor Vauban, I think he probably did it. Andreas says, I was thinking the same thing. Lucia says, hold on. Where are you going? She thinks, and I even saved him yesterday. Well, I won't care about you anymore. You stupid, stubborn seaweed. Andreas says, Professor, I have a question related to the ingredients of the potion. Professor says, Andreas, can't you see that this isn't a good time? Andreas says, but it's related to this situation. If this is your own work, you should be able to prove that you made it right here, right now, right? Professor gets scared and thinks this. His student says, proving he made it. You mean like the Magic Tower examination? Andreas says, if you truly made the potion, you should be able to explain why you used which materials easily. Or perhaps, You're not confident enough. Professor says, not confident. You say? How cheeky. I am a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. Andreas says, then, answers this question. Why did you change the upriver resin to cytomine petals? Professor gets scared and thinks, I was so distracted by the presentation day that I forgot to check that part. Student says, why aren't you answering right away? Because, by using the petals, we can cut costs. If you were the one developing it, you would have known. I see. Now, about the proportions. What the hell do you think you're doing? Only the magic towers can perform potion examinations. Last question. Why did you use the more expensive jelly beetle instead of papina powder? Other students say, why isn't the professor answering? Did he really steal it? To think he would claim the research of his student as his own. That is because, Professor says, paprika powder has a hallucinogenic effect. That's why I used beetles instead, even though they are more costly. Student says, Professor, that's not why I didn't use the powder. The reason was that the powder gets heated for a long time while the potion is being made, which can give the one who consumes it a stomachache. Professor says, you are wrong. It's definitely because of the hallucinogenic effect. Student says, about that, I just remembered something. You did tell me the powder had side effects, but you didn't tell me it was a hallucinogen. So could you please explain how you came up with that answer? Have you got no shame as a scientist? To think that you would go as far to steal credits from your disciple. Resign right now. They are the scammers. You two set this up, didn't you? I will report both of you to the disciplinary committee. Andreas says, he's really reached rock bottom. When a child throws a tantrum, there's no choice but to leave it to the adults. If you're so annoyed, I can ask Sir Alvin to set up a place for you to explain it to him. Andreas says, it should be possible, since I am being sponsored by him. Lucia thinks, wow, he's using the card to buy materials to threaten him. Maybe he'll fall for it. Andreas says, what's wrong? Don't you want to explain yourself? That Bart? An eagle is watching them. He thinks, this Vauban guy, since he's caused such a commotion, he'll have to pay for it. He thinks, but that brat really did his research, didn't he? He knew the theory and the ingredients behind the awakening potion. It really might be possible for him to discover a new medicine before the year ends. I'll be looking forward to it, Kane's son. After that we see at the Academy cafeteria. Lucia thinks, he actually invited me to eat together, but to think it would be in the Academy's cafeteria. Andreas says, aren't you going to eat? It's so good. She says, I will. She touches the food, and it is really hot. Andreas says, you should do it like this, rich lady. Grab it at the edge like this, then drown it in sauce. Lucia says, it doesn't matter that I'm rich. She thinks, to think that you could. He thinks, also enjoys eating in the cafeteria. Vivian says, me too. That. Here, take it. Lucia says, by the way, senior, when are you going to buy your tablet? If you have one, you'd be notified if an event like the one today were to happen again, and you wouldn't miss it. Isn't that useful? Andreas says, but I'm saving money right now. Lucia says, it's not even that expensive in the first place. Vivian thinks, Mr. Fairy gave me meat. Andreas says, nothing is expensive for a rich lady like you. Lucia says, hey, seaweed. Vivian says, do you also want my reward, Mr. Fairy? Andreas says, no need. By the way, why are you even calling me Mr. Fairy? Andreas says, I'll be going now. Lucia says, what the hell? Didn't we just eat? Well, see you later then. Andreas says, bye, see you later too, Vivian. Sharon. Andreas thinks, he finally came back. Andreas says, it seems that you have returned from your trip, master. Sharon says, come to my lab at noon tomorrow. Andreas says, understood. He thinks, just in time. After that we see at the Rodlin Academy Alvin Street. World Hammer Handlings. Andreas buys a sword and thinks, he's the type of guy that thinks that everything I have is his, so I don't doubt that he will try to take the page of sloth from me by force. So it's better if I also have this. Andreas says, this one, please. Diane appears there and says, Andreas? Diane says, what are you doing at a blacksmith? Andreas says, I needed a sword. Diane says, a sword? But aren't you a mage? Andreas says, It's good to have at least one for self-defense. This? It's a present for my ogre of a brother. Andreas thinks, brother, does she mean Carlos Alvin? Carlos Alvin is the Alvin household's oldest son. He left to train to become a warrior. We got along pretty well before. Carlos had already died when the game started, so the game just glossed over him. If I'm not mistaken, he died at the Academy's end-of-year event. After Hazar escaped from the Duke Balaric's territory, he joined a religious cult. The Zephyro cult, the same cult that did the terrorist attack. Andreas says, is Carlos also participating in the end-of-year event? Diane says, yes. Andreas says, it would be nice if we could meet again, just the three of us. Diane says, is that so? She thinks, after hearing what everyone had been saying about him, I'm not sure that he's somehow changed. Diane thinks, how should I ask him? Don't worry, I'll just ask him normally. Andreas says, is there something you want to say? Well then, see you later. Diane says, I want to know why. Andreas thinks, after thinking about Carlos for a bit, there's still time until the terrorist incident occurs. After that we see at the Academy teaching department. Sharon says, I've been searching the whole continent for a material of the same quality as Angela, but so far I haven't been able to find one. Sharon says, so, I intend to keep searching a little longer. My hopes aren't high, but I need it for the congregation this weekend. Andreas thinks, this is where the game begins. If he gets blinded by greed and asks me to give it to him, I win. Andreas says, we are going to be busy for the time being, so brace yourself. Master, I'd like to talk to you about something. Sharon says, what is it? Andreas says, I managed to get the Apocalypse Codex. Sharon says, don't say such stupid things. That is not something the likes of you could get their hands on. Andreas says, this is not something I can handle. He brings out Sloth and says, so. Andreas says, I want you to have it. Sharon says, you keep it. This is a highly sought-after item, so keeping it would only spell trouble. Take it to the congregation, so we can exchange it for another item. Andreas thinks, that's what I thought you'd say, given that you're the type to prioritize your own life over anything else. Sharon says, since we have to go to the congregation this weekend, clear your schedule and prepare yourself. He says, understood, Master. He thinks, eastern edge of the city, the confinement zone forest of captivity adjacent area. Andreas says, I made it through Sharon in one piece, but now the problem is going to the congregation. There are many dangerous individuals there, and words won't get through to them, so I'll have to negotiate as safely as possible. Sharon says, I'll be able to trade the Page of Sloth for items that will help me grow. I will take anything I can get for it. Andreas thinks, he's completely sure that the Page of Sloth is already his. But when push comes to shove, he'll be using me as a shield. Their carriage suddenly stops. Someone says, hey, you guys are going to the congregation, right? Mind if I ride along with you? Andreas thinks, that man says, thank God. He thinks, Salem Edidia, one of the continent's greatest 10. He is even willing to deal with the forbidden for the sake of exploring, which is why he became known as the devil in pursuit of the truth. Andreas thinks, if the information about the Page of Sloth got leaked, the situation may not turn out as well. What's with that expression? Oi. Are you dissatisfied since I'm going to the congregation? Not at all, Sir Salem. He starts to laugh and says, don't worry, boy. I've already gone there several times. Andreas says, I knew he was insane, but to think he would go this far. He says, by the way, boy, what's your name? Introduce yourself. He's your senior, Salem Edidia. Andreas tells him his name. He is surprised and says, oh my God, so you've gotten your hands on another Cromwell? Andreas thinks, what is he talking about? He's saying it in a way that suggests there's some kind of secret about the Cromwell family. He says, looks like the kid doesn't know anything. Well then, how about I give you one special piece of advice? Struggle as much as possible. Andreas thinks, his face tells me I shouldn't ask anything about it. What the hell is Sharon hiding from me? They suddenly stop again. He says, what do you want? If you have something to talk about, do it in person, Dragon. Someone appears in front of their carriage. Sorry about that. He says, it's been a long time, Sharon Diprin. The 9th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 10th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. At the beginning of this part we see that, they say, to think that you would be together with Senior Salem. Can you shut up? Your breath stinks. Andreas thinks, Deep Sea Dragon. He was probably trying to steal the Page of Sloth, but didn't expect us to be with Salem. Look over there. There is a really big treehouse. Sir Morshi has noticed that we have arrived, and is showing us the path to the congregation. Why did he have to pick a place so high up? It's just as I expected. It seems there are some pretty greedy black mages here. Are they stupid? Trying to steal the codex while Salem is here? Now then, let's see how many black mages there are. He uses a really strong detection magic. There are a lot of black mages hiding on the trees. He says, I see. There's only about 7 of you? Well, we're done playing hide and seek. Assassin says, shit. We have been found. Everyone retreat. He says, found you. They are a lot of black mages. Sitting in the treehouse. He gets to the treehouse and says, hey, Morshi. Long time no see. It's been a while, Morshi, Jester. Morshi says, even you came, Salem. Salem says, no need to be so cold. It's thanks to me that the Page of Sloth is safe and sound. Hey boy, open the bag. Now, take a look. Morshi says, this is an emergency meeting where there's not many of us, and you still committed such an unnecessary murder? Andreas thinks, those were all intermediary and up black mages who were pretty annoying to deal with in the game, and he managed to deal with them by just releasing his magic power. Salem Edidia is truly a force to be reckoned with. Salem says, without me here, you wouldn't even be able to get a glimpse of the sloth. Morshi says, anyway, enough about the small fry, hurry up and show me the Page of Sloth. Salem says, this Andreas Cromwell brat is quite interesting. He didn't even flinch after witnessing that massacre. And he didn't hesitate when I told him to cut off their necks. What's more, he has a dual core just like me. Andreas says, what the hell are you doing? Salem says, I've taken a liking to you, boy. Andreas thinks, was Salem gay in the game? He says, what do you think you're doing, Salem? Morshi says, let's stop with the jokes right there. Salem says, I'll definitely help you out someday, but just once. See it as a favor, since I have some affinity with the Cromwell family. Andreas thinks, he promised? Salem is someone who never breaks his promises. There were numerous times in the game where he kept his promise, no matter what. If I have his help, shouldn't I change my plans a little? Morshi says, it truly is the real diligent sloth. There, no doubt about it. Sharon thinks, when did Andreas summon him? Salem says, you entrusted the codex to a skeleton? Andreas says, yes. Salem says, it must be pretty durable then. Huh? Andreas says, calm down. We don't want to take any chances with those monsters. I can't hesitate, not even once. Andreas says, go back, Nickel. Skeleton disappears. Andreas brings out the sword to stab himself. Morshi says, what are you doing, Karen's disciple? Andreas says, I was the on who found the Page of Sloth, so I want my efforts to be recognized appropriately. Marsh says, you went mad with greed. Morshi. Andreas says, the Page of Sloth is in my storage, along with my skeleton. So, if I were to die, you would never be able to get your hands on the codex? Andreas says, Salem. Salem says, didn't you say you would help me out one time? Now's the time. Hurry up. I don't have much time. Salem said, you're acting this reckless just because of something I said? What if I tricked you? What would you do then? Andreas says, I'd do the best I can do, even if that means I'm going to die. To survive in this crazy world, I am willing to become crazy myself. Salem says, you really are a funny guy. I did tell you to struggle, but I didn't expect you to go this far. Salem uses
Sinister l'Ancivol Serpent.
If you insist, then I have no choice but to kill them all. Salem says, from now on, anyone who tries to touch Cromwell will be killed. They say, we won't touch him. Salem said, and if anyone dares to question this later, I'll find you and kill you. Marsh says, "You're really going to fight us over a kid like that? Are you serious?" Salem says, "You know what I'm like. I wouldn't tell a lie like this." They say, "Are you kidding me, Salem?" He says, "God damn it. Do I have to repeat myself again?" Everyone gets really scared. One of them says, excited. Marsh says, "It can't be helped." "What is it you want?" Karen's disciple. Andreas says, "Thank you for waiting." Marsh says, "Tell us what you want." He says, "Could you please tell me what I can get for it?" Marsh, how ridiculous. You don't even know what you want. Take 5 from this list. Choose carefully. I reckon there are corpses on here, too. Corpses, huh? Andreas says, "It's the congregation. So they must have some good corpses. The former fairy queen, Mylene, and the Tiger King, Timer. He thinks they're first-class material. I must get them." They says, "Jester, those corpses have already been sold to Morn. If you give them to him, Morn will be furious." Andreas thinks, Morn. Are they saying those corpses have been bought by the leading figure of necromancy? If I mess with him, things will get problematic. I have to give up. Morn say, "I do not mind. Take it." How generous. Sharon says, "Andreas doesn't have the ability to handle those corpses yet." I said I do not mind, Sharon. You there. The corpses are in my subspace bag. Take the whole bag with you. He thinks, I have no idea why Morn is being so generous, but I can't let this opportunity pass. Andreas says, "I'm grateful for your generosity, sir. Now then, I will select the rest of the items, including the corpses." Sharon says, "Damn it. I should have brought the page of sloth here by myself." Take it. There are a lot of stuff. Salem says, "Kid, there are better things in there. Are you sure you want those?" Andreas says, "For me, these are very valuable." He thinks, I can make a total of 4 patients with these, but they're worth several 100 million wills. I also ended up picking out ingredients for Lucia's cure. Marsh says, "Now, hand over the page of sloth." Andreas gives off the page of sloth. Salem says, "Get ready to go." Salem grabs Andreas and starts to run away. They after them. Andreas says, "They were planning to get rid of me once I gave them the page of sloth, right?" Salem says, "A promise is a promise. I'll take you to a safe place." Andreas says, "I would like to go back to the academy. Please take me to the nearest train station." The academy. Rodlin. He says, "Yes. Does Bart know you're a black mage? If he did, I wouldn't be alive, would I?" Salem says, "Fate is a curious thing, isn't it? Well, you'll figure it out when the time comes." Andreas says, "What on earth are you talking about?" He says, "As I told you on the way here. Just keep struggling, that's all. As long as you can survive. Then you'll find out who you are." Andreas brings out Timer's corpse and says, "To think that something this big could fit into it. The subspace bag is really handy. I had no choice but to summon Nickel as a skeleton. But for these two, it would be better to increase my necromancy levels and turn them into high-level summons. I'll keep them in there for now." He puts them back into the subspace. Andreas says, "And now." He sees a book. System says, Morn's Black Magic Tome, a high-level skill book written personally by Morn. Andreas thinks, a gift from Morn? It contains a lot of knowledge that I couldn't get at Karen's library. If I read this, I'll be able to turn the corpses I got today into high-level summons. Won't I? What now? System says, Skeleton Soldier Legendary's evolution probability, 100%. There are 66 possible divergences of evolution. Do you want to evolve? He thinks, I was wondering when I'd be able to evolve him, but it seems it's finally time. The fact that the status window appeared right after I gave the page of sloth away. Looks like the codex had an effect on the evolutions, but worrying about it won't give me answers, so no point in even thinking about it. And it says 100%, so let's evolve it first. Andreas thinks, he doesn't seem to suffer like a vampire. Maybe it's because he's undead. Someone knocks on the door. He puts everything back into subspace. Lucia says, Senior, do you have a moment? Salem is talking to Morn and says, Gramps Morn, can I ask you something? Morn says, ask away. Salem say, the reason you gave me the information about the sloth, it's because you needed someone to protect Andreas, am I right? Salem starts to laugh. Says, was that a yes? Well, You took such good care of Cain, and even his son too. No, wait. He was forced onto you by the Empire, wasn't he? And it was hard to teach him because he had no talent. Morn says, Salem. Do you know the origins of necromancy? Salem says, why the sudden question? Necromancy is the pursuit of immortality. No more precisely. Necromancy is the pursuit of immortality for those you love. If 'twas born of the obsession to keep the loved ones with you for Eve. What now? An old man's tale. Maybe. Salem says, aren't you also a sage? You should understand what I'm saying. Morn says, leaving it to my imagination. Looks like you got another tie to the Cromwell family, besides that Cain. Salem says, and even if I forced you, you wouldn't answer me, so I give up. Morn says, what about the lad? I'm curious to know what you think of him. I know you saw everything, using that zombie bug to snoop around. Anyway, I'll tell you this much. That kid's going to be the most insane person in this world. Even crazier than me. I'm looking forward to it. The 10th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 11th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. At the beginning of this part, we see that William Everlast introduced himself to Andreas. Andreas also introduced himself. They sit and William says, I'm sorry you had to come all the way here just for the initial settlement of the potion profits. I just wanted to talk to you in person. Since we're going to be working together from now on, you've become close friend of Lucia. Andreas says, I have also been looking forward to meeting you. I'm grateful for all the help your daughter has given me and for providing me with such a good deal. William Everlast says, you're the producer. Of course you're entitled to at least this much. Lucia says, you should be grateful I'm the one who made sure you got that good deal. William Everlast gives him some papers and says, here, take a look. Andreas reads the paper and thinks, so I get 60% of the profits. And each one is worth 3 million wills, so the final amount I get is over 1.8 billion. No, wait. Over 1,000 were sold in just a month? They're selling like hotcakes, so I'm sure the next sum you'll receive will be much bigger. Well, enough about business. Let's have dinner. This is the first time Lucia has brought a friend, so I'm looking forward to hearing your stories. Moreover, it's a boy. After that we see a month later. Andreas thinks, thanks to word of mouth, the Everlast potion has become very popular, not just for combat use, but it's also taking high society circles by storm. To increase production, the trading company decided to expand its suppliers and production facilities. I never would have thought it would sell over 2,000 units in a month. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have bought a tablet sooner. Honestly, I didn't think I could make so much money from the potion alone. Thanks to the potion's popularity, I've also received more support from the nobility. Now I have 6 billion wills on me. Cromwell's estate is worth 3.5 billion, including handling fees. Even if I buy it back, I'll still have plenty of money to spare. Announcement happens. It says, next stop, the National Cemetery. Hartful Station, the door on the right will open. But before that, I have to get the signet ring back. He gets to the graveyard. There is a masked man and the gravekeeper. Andreas thinks, who's that next to him? He says, welcome. Let's go inside and have some tea, yeah? Andreas says, and who's next to you? He says, this guy? I invited him to be the guarantor. I thought it might be necessary in order to avoid any problems later. Come, let's get inside first. They sit and have a cult of tea. Andreas thinks, a guarantor holding a sword and hiding his face? What a blatant lie. Andreas thinks, I know Paimon has been practicing necromancy here for a long time, but he's no better than Sharon back in the game, just a small fry. He sees his own stats window. He thinks, he's no match for me right now. Evolved Nickel can also use Aura, so unless it's against someone at the Aura Master level, he can't be beaten. The only issue is how strong this masked guy is. Maybe I should have released the energy in my Danteon. I thought holding back just before that would be enough, but now I'm not sure. Paimon gives him tea and says, here. I ordered this tea from a guy I know in the congregation. It's pretty good. I'd like to talk about the signet ring rather than the tea, if you please. Paimon says, so impatient. Andreas says, the corpse I bought from you is mediocre, but since you've been so accommodating, in exchange, I'll give you 5 million wills. Paimon says, look at you. You've become so great without me noticing, haven't you, Andreas? And generous, too, despite being rotten. You're still a count, but that's a tad harsh, isn't it? The price of secrecy isn't that cheap. Andreas says, are you saying I should pay more? So typical of a villain. Paimon says, don't worry. I mean to trade it for the stuff you got at the congregation. I heard you got a lot of stuff. All you have to do is give me some of it. How's that? Not a bad deal for you, right? Andreas drinks tea and says, well, I appreciate the offer. Let me be clear. 5 million wills. No more than that. Paimon gets angry and says, hey brat, you don't sound like you get what I'm saying. Andreas says, no. I know exactly what you mean. I know you never intended to make a fair deal in the first place. Masked Man says, Paimon, I think we're done here. Andreas calls Nickel and says, sure. I was getting a little tired of all this charade. By the way, I just have one question. Status window appears saying, Sloth Phantom Legendary Nickel Life Hill, Undead Tier 5. Traits, Self-Awareness Mastery, Sword, Spectral Form Sloth? Paimon says, do you really think you can beat me? I'll throw in extra money on top of what I promised you. Cut that shit up right now, and take his stuff. Nickel appears behind Paimon. Masked Man blocks the attack. Andreas is calm and watching the fight. Masked Man throws his coat with sticky bombs in it. Andreas thinks, sticky bombs, huh. I used to use those a lot in the game. Not only did he stop Nickel, but he also kept me in check. He's no ordinary man. Nickel gets hit. Nickel grabs the masked man from his feet and throws him, and uses sword aura. Andreas thinks, Nickel imbued his sword with an aura. After evolving and gaining a Danteon, it's not surprising to see that Nickel can use aura, but is the enemy really that tough? Who the hell is that guy? They both start to fight. Nickel gets pierced through the head. Nickel hits him in the face. He goes flying. Paimon grabs the masked man. He says, cough. Damn it. Paimon says, what are you doing, Dan? If you want the money, start pushing yourself harder. Andreas thinks, that bastard. He summoned the undead while I was distracted. Paimon says, that guy must be a phantom. Looks like you managed to get a nice corpse from the congregation. Paimon summons a lot of undeads and says, but let's see how long you can last against my finest. Don't you forget that we're standing on top of a mountain of corpses. Andreas thinks, we're completely surrounded. Nickel, let's split up for now. When the moment is right, we'll take Paimon's back. Andreas breaks the window and come out and starts to kill the undeads. But there are a lot of them. Andreas uses an earth shield. There's no end to them. Andreas uses stone spears. There are some archers. Andreas cuts the arrows and destroys them. Paimon says, what useless bunches, it's just one kid. Nickel tries to attack Paimon from behind. Masked Man blocks it. Masked Man put a sticky bomb on Nickel. Andreas is fighting them and thinks, shit, I don't even have the time to use the recovery potion. At this rate, things could get really bad. He gets really tired and thinks, where's Nickel? My whole body's going numb. It's as if every muscle in my body is being torn apart. He thinks, until Nickel is back. Can I hold on? An undead is about to hit him. Andreas barely blocks it. He gets hit and thinks, no way. Am I going to die here? At the hands of a mere skeleton knight? If I die here, what will happen to Amy? What about Lucia's illness? And Vivienne? I finally have a reason to live. I can't die like this. System says, through continuous training, talent, and fierce combat, Aura has been awakened. Danteon has been activated. Aura can now be used. Due to the dual core trait, both mana and aura can now be used simultaneously. Andreas thinks, I'm going back to where I belong. Achievement, Second Awakening has been achieved. The 11th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 12th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. First of all, if you want to watch more recaps, subscribe to my second channel. Link is in the description. At the beginning of this part we see that Andreas is injured and barely standing. Paimon is at the tip of Nickel's sword. Andreas asks about the ring. Paimon says, let's put the sword away first, and then we can talk, yeah? Think about it. With one dead, you could now negotiate a better deal. The masked man is dead. Andreas sees him and thinking of what's to come, what I should do now might be better if I use this guy's sword. Andreas picks up the masked man's sword. He asks where's the ring? Paimon says, wait, easy. Andreas cuts his hands and starts talking. I have no interest in discussing this with you any longer. Paimon says, in the cupboard in the bottom drawer of the cupboard in the house. Paimon coughs out a lot of blood. Andreas is confused. He thinks, I was planning to get rid of him eventually. The masked man's sword has poison on it. Andreas sees a masked man and thinks, a skilled swordsman with a poisoned sword. Who is this guy? Andreas thinks about Paimon calling him Dan. Andreas realizes something and thinks, Bloody Dan? If it's really him, then this mask. Andreas removes the mask and thinks as I thought it changed. Andreas wears the mask. Andreas's appearance changes. He removes the mask and thinks, he even has the appearance-altering mask artifact. This confirms it. This guy is Bloody Dan, the one who started the war back in the game. Later in the game, he would be hired to kidnap the Northern Barbarian Chief's child, triggering a major war between the North and the Empire. Originally, the war would have spread throughout the whole continent, and I would have been dragged into it. Looks like I unexpectedly prevented it. Andreas says, well, he wasn't the sort of character who was going to live out his life anyway. Thanks for the mask. I'll put it to good use, Bloody Dan. Nickel, you look for the ring. I'll clean up this mess. After that we see at Alvin Street's clinic. Andreas is ready with news about Paimon and Den's death. He thinks, black mages. They could be right next to you. Terror in the National Cemetery. Paimon the Necromancer and his hired sword fight over gold. Looks like I won't be affected by this. Then, it's time I took care of the most important stuff. He buys his estate back with 5 billion. Lucia covers his eyes and says, guess who? He doesn't reply. She says, you're no fun. Andreas says, yo. She gives him a fruit basket and says, what's with the curt reaction? Even though your cute junior came to visit you. Andreas says, I see. Thanks. She says, by the way, what happened to you? Andreas says, it's nothing. I just overdid my training a bit. She says, if you keep that up, you'll die one day. Vivienne also come there. She says, Mr. Fairy? She hugs him and says, I was worried. I'm all right, Vivienne. After that we see 1 week later. He and his sister Amy are going somewhere in a carriage. Amy thinks, he said he wanted to show me something. What is it? I went with him because he said he got the ring back. But where's he taking me with all the curtains closed? And how did he afford this fancy carriage? They says, sir, we've arrived. Amy says, big brother, where are we? What is it you want to show me? Andreas says, you'll see when you get off. Someone says, he's right. You'll know it as soon as you get off. Welcome back, Lady Amy. She's an old maid. Amy says, Lupin? What's going on? Why is Lupin here? Andreas says, I asked her to work as our head maid again. Amy says, big brother, you know we can't afford that right now. I'm so sorry. My brother is still naive about how things work. She sees something. She gets out of the carriage and sees their old mansion. She says, Applewook Mansion. It's our home. Why did you take me here? Andreas gives him some papers and says, read it. She reads them and says, is this true? You bought our home back? How? Don't tell me you bought it back by doing something bad. Andreas says, I invented a potion. It's what allowed me to buy our mansion back. You don't have to work so hard anymore. And from now on, I'll make sure that there's money on you card every month. Amy says, without knowing that, even though you worked so hard, and just because of a ring, we see a flashback of her saying, Don't come back anymore, and you don't have to pay me back. She starts to cry and says, I said something so cruel to you. I told you not to come back. I didn't mean to say that. Andrea says, silly. Of course, I know that. From now on, I'll behave like a responsible brother. She says, I have always believed in you. But back then, I was so mad. Andrea says, I know. After that we see at his dorm. Timer is laying on the ground inside a blood magic circle. System says, achievement, second awakening has been achieved. He thinks, thanks to the trait I got from the achievement reward, I'm able to learn necromancy skills much faster. Trait, enlightenment. System says, enlightenment. Epic. The deeper one pounder and explores, the higher the chance of understanding a theory. It's a trait that increases the speed of learning skills and knowledge. Now that I can even summon a revenant, it might be time to try summoning Timer. It should be fine. I've double-checked all the potential causes of failure dozens of times. Let's get started. Andrea's uses minor necromancy. System says, executing the revenant summonings. One corpse has been detected. Andreas thinks, I can now fully utilize dual core. A usable material for necromancy has been detected. He thinks, nickel has evolved, too. If I add the powerful force of Timer to that mix, even if it's just me, I'll have the might of a whole troop. Arise, O monarch of the tiger tribe, who make that continent tremble. System says, the summon material's ability value exceeds that of the summoner. Stability decreases. Additional effects applied. Minor necromancy, revenant summoning success. Summoned a revenant legendary. The level of the completed corpse is high status bonuses added. The level of the completed corpse is extremely high. Tier increased, it has become a revenant fighter. The level of the completed corpse is transcendent. It has regained some of its former egos. Timer stats window appears. Revenant fighter legendary. Timer, undead. Tier 5.
Mana 891.
Traits, egos. Mastery, fist. Berserk. Timer screams really loud. Andreas thinks, even its howl is loud and powerful. Good thing I've cast soundproofing magic. Andreas says, from now on, I am your master, Timer. After that we see at Vilbor's Snowy Mountains, Marquis Magnus territory. A teacher says, I will now explain the end-of-term exam. The themes of the exam are survival and collecting points. All of you will spend 72 hours on this mountain, and you will have to collect the points that are hidden throughout the mountain. The bracelet you're wearing also counts towards your points, so you might want to take someone else's bracelet. Please note that if you are unable to continue with the evaluation, or if your bracelet is damaged, you will be disqualified immediately. Well, that's all I have to explain. Everyone, please put on your blindfolds. The supervisor will escort you to the starting point, Mount Vilbor's cliffside. Around 46 hours before the end of the test, Andres climbs the cliffside. He says, a flat area at the top of the cliff. Looks like it could be useful for both attack and defense. Maybe I'll set up a new base here. He sees Diane Alvin. She is protecting herself with barriers. Is she using wide area search magic and a barrier at the same time? She might be able to protect herself from the blizzard and still be able to find her way around, but the mana consumption must be immense. She is really tired. Her magic barrier disappears. Andreas thinks, she used up all her mana. If I take her bracelet now, I can eliminate a powerful competitor, but if I had Diane's support, I could easily get the top score. Diane says, who's there? Don't move. Looks like you've used too much magic, Diane. She says, Andreas? Andreas says, magic is useful, but if you use it recklessly in an environment like this, you'll get yourself into trouble. Diane says, you're after my bracelet while pretending to give me advice, aren't you? I may be exhausted, but against someone like you. Andreas says, let me give you a suggestion. Diane says, stay back. Say it right there. Andreas thinks, you hate it that much. Diane says, what do you want? He weighs, would you like to team up with me? Diane asks, why should I? Andreas says, if I'm alone, I'll be vulnerable if something happens. It's much better to have a partner just in case, don't you think? She thinks, that may be true, but I can't trust you because of who you are. Andreas brings out something out of his bag and says, I wonder what is this? It's a chocolate. She starts to drool. He says, well then, let's get along. She says, don't get me wrong. Just now it was. He asks, you don't want it? After that we see someone is really beat up. And the one who's beating him says, is this wrong too? A goblin says, that's not even close, you doofus. There are a lot of beat up students. It says, my eyes are bad. Goblin says, how many times do I have to tell you it's green hair? The weather's shit. And I'm stuck doing this shitty job. We've been paid, we have no choice. Someone says, if you've got time to babble, get on with it and find him. Goblin says, whoa, you startled me out. He says, this is why I didn't want to use fools like you. He thinks, Kidwell. He says, I did a little research on the target you asked for. Why would you send us out just to deal with a mere student? And I heard you're coming too? Kidwell says, mind your own business. Just do exactly what the Master Jester has asked you to do. Now, go and kill the target. Goblin says, my mood is ruined. Let's get some rest before we go. Orc says, no. Let's track the smell a bit further. The human smell is either in front of the students or the supervisors anyway. If we only kill the students, we'll hit the target eventually. Besides, those students will become our enemies sooner or later, so let's take this chance to kill a lot of them. Goblin says, damn right. Kidwell thinks, fools. I have nothing to expect from you. Go ahead and draw their attention to yourselves. In the meantime, we'll plan a bomb formation on top of the mountain. We are very close to burying the Master Jester's target. The 12th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 13th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. Subscribe to my second channel for more recaps. Link is in the description. At the beginning of this part, we see that Andreas and Diane are hunting students. Andreas says, that makes 6. Students are hanging by the tree upside down. The blood is rushing to my head. Based on the circumstances, they must have been a top group. Diane thinks, where on earth did he learn to track and capture like this? On top of that, he even managed to move swiftly over rugged mountain paths. It's as if he's a completely different person. Diane says, hey, what happened to you? Frankly, up until now, you've been an absolute scumbag. If I had stayed the way I was, I would have lost everything. Andreas says, just like you said, Diane, I've been an absolute scumbag. I never paid any attention to my sister Amy, even though she's the only family I have left. When I realized that, I made up my mind to do better. And as I worked towards it, I discovered that I, too, had a gift. Diane, I'm sorry for all the horrible things I've done. Diane says, it's okay. Andreas says, well, shall we go then? Let's aim for the top. Diane says, yes. The team leader from midterm exams is watching them and thinks, you didn't even blink when you killed someone during the Ballarat case. He was a scumbag, but recently he changed for the better. How can someone who's been living like a fool become like that just because he had a change of heart? Andreas Cromwell. What an interesting lad. Diane says, how long until we reach the point location? Andreas says, probably about 3 minutes. He thinks, you can collect points by taking the bracelets of other students. Or you can collect them by capturing the point objects marked on the map. Andreas says, Diane, get ready for an enemy attack. Goblin and Orc says, seriously? More brats showed up. Orc say, I missed? Goblin says, your eyes sure are shit. Andreas says, there. Diane gets to him and says, Andreas, are you alright? Andreas says, I'm fine, but things don't look good here. Diane says, what happened here? Rejoice Mantos. Goblin says, green hair. That's him. It was with the weight. Andreas says, you know me? Orc says, don't be a stranger. We came here to see you, yeah? Let's kill him and get the hell out of here. Andreas says, if you want me, let the others go. Let's talk somewhere more private. Diane says, are you crazy? Let's fight them together. Andreas says, some of them are still alive. Please take care of them until the overseers arrive. She says, but. Andreas says, it's okay. I'm confident I can win. Goblin says, win? Against use. What are you, stupid? Sure.
Come.
Suits us just fine. She thinks, Andreas. Andreas says, around here is good enough, right? Orc says, yeah, no one's gonna notice if we make a loud noise here. All we have to do is cut off his head so it can be recognized, right? Yeah. Let's get this over with and cut ties with that guy. Got that? Well, let's see how good you are. Don't forget about me. Orc attacks. Or says, what the hell? You're not a wizard. Andreas cuts his axe and says, Mantos and Glau, am I right? You better drop the prejudice that wizards can't use swords. Glau says, how do you know our names? Andreas says, well, I'll tell you if you tell me who from the congregation sent you. Glau says, this looks like bad news, Mantos. Mantos says, shit. Andreas, bring out nickel timer. Andreas says, even if you don't want to, you'll be talking to me soon enough anyway. Mantos says, looks like we've been fooled. Kidwell, you bastard. Andreas says, gauntlet? Andreas says, nickel. Wait. Andreas says, you can cut down anyone who tries to run away. Glau says, you cheeky little shit. Mantos says, it's not over yet. Andreas thinks, let's try combining my skills from back when I was still Makoto Kaneshiro with the combat prowess skill here. Glau says, let me teach you how to use a dagger. They start to fight. Mantos is down. Andreas says, don't tell me you're done already. He thinks, combat prowess. It's working. They haven't had a chance to play yet. Thought. After that we see Diane says, well then, I'll leave them all in your care. She says, we're all well aware of your abilities and standing at the academy, but I think it would be best if we work together. Andreas thinks, some of them are still alive. Please take care of them until the overseers arrive. Diane says, I can't just stand by and let any more casualties happen. She says, all right, we'll follow you as soon as we can. I'm sure you stay out of their sight. Diane says, yes. Mantos is down. Andreas says, I suggest you start talking now. Who is it? Who sent you to? Mantos says, just kill me already. Andreas says, nickel. My sword. Andreas say to him as you wish. I have other ways to find it out, so there's no need to waste your breath. Glau says, it's Jester. Jester Rubin sent us. We don't owe a damn thing to anyone who treats us like animals, Mantos. I'll tell you another thing. He sent more than just the two of us. He thinks, I knew someone from the congregation had to be behind all this, but I didn't expect it to be Jester. He thinks of Salem says, if anyone dares to question this later, I'll find you and kill you. Andreas thinks, if Jester acted despite Salem's threats, that means he's confident he won't be found out if he eliminates me. That's probably why these two are making such a big ruckus. Andreas asks where's the other? Glau says, who knows? But even they wouldn't want to make an enemy of Rod Lin. So, a landslide? Maybe they're preparing something like that? That Jester. Looks like he wants to eliminate me by making it look like an accident. He's trying to create an alibi to avoid being hounded by Salem and Rod Lin. Huh. Glau says, let's get the hell out of here, Mantos. We're gonna get dragged into this. Andreas says, you think you can leave just like that? After killing all those students? Who said I'll let you two live? Diane thinks, I've almost reached the summit. But where on earth is Andreas? A magic circle appears. There are a lot of mages attacking Diane. She thinks, they're not the ones from before. Who are you people? Kidwell is also there and says, guess you're no run-of-the-mill brat? Huh? She says, you attack me out of the blue and won't answer my questions. Don't blame me if I kill you. He is really surprised and says, double chanting? She mixed the snowstorms with ice magic. She says, disappear. Kidwell uses a barrier magic and says, dodge it, you fools. What a frightening control of mana despite your age. He thinks, but even so, she's just a brat. How amusing. I'll play with you until our business is done. She is really surprised and thinks, black magic. She feels something and thinks, what is this presence? Diane is using a barrier and thinks, at this rate, my mana is going. Kidwell turns into a monster, behold. This is what I call a difference in experience. Difference in the experience? All you are doing is just adding an extra head on top. You little. I'm going to rip you to pieces. Diane says, threatening me like that only makes you more ridiculous. Old man. He says, playtime's over. Her nose starts to bleed. Andreas appears wearing the appearance-changing mask. He says, a mercenary hired by Rodlin. I'll take it from there. Now hurry up and run. She says, mercenary? You know up out of the blue and think you can take on these guys by yourself. Are you out of your mind? His goal isn't to get rid of you or me. Andreas thinks, I can't call Nickel and Timer out now. He wants to start a landslide in this whole area. So hurry up and go. Bastard, who are you? Why do you know that? Andreas says, why would I tell that to someone who's about to die? You insolent fool. They starts to fight. Diane is really surprised and she thinks, so fast. Watch out. The 13th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 14th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Kidwell uses an energy attack. Diane says, watch out. A really big explosion happens. They say, Master Kidwell. Andreas stabs him in the throat. Kidwell cough out blood. Monster is still moving and attacking Andreas. Diane asks him, are you all right? He says, stay back. Andreas thinks, the host should be dead already. But it's still moving. Did the monster take over his body? Monster starts to eat Kidwell's body. Andreas grabs Diane and starts running. Andreas says to her, get away while I make an opening quickly. She says, but. Andreas starts fighting the monster. Diane thinks, I don't know who he is, but he saved my life. I can't just abandon him and run away. I need to do whatever I can to help. Take it slow and be as steady as possible. Condense the energy. Make it thinner and sharper. She creates an energy spear and says, I did it. Andreas thinks, if only I could summon Nickel and Timer. I could easily beat it, damn it. That stubborn girl. Why hasn't she run away yet? She really doesn't listen to anyone. She get ready and says, now. She attacks it, which reveals Mana Core. Andreas sees that and immediately goes toward it to attack. He thinks, if I can destroy it. Monster attacks him, and he barely blocks it. He thinks, that was close. I was too hasty. Monster is killing all the Kidwell's people. Diane thinks, it's attacking its own? Why? Andreas thinks, it's absorbing their mana? Andreas thinks, shit, this is bad. He feel mana around his body. He thinks, this is a shielding made of ice magic? On top of that, a sharpness up, even a haste too. He sees toward Diane and thinks, that girl. He's using all her remaining mana for these. Andreas says, don't push yourself any further. Just run. He thinks, my body is light. He starts to fight again. He thinks, there's no end to this. I have to find its core. Shit. Too shallow. Ivy cuts down the monster and says, who are you? Andreas thinks, shit. Of all people, it's Ivy. She says, if you don't answer me, I'll kill you and rip that mask off myself. He says, those black mages have planted a large explosive magic circle. If they are not destroyed immediately, the students will be harmed. She says, quit bluffing, you punk. A big explosion happens. He says, it will probably explode soon. He runs away and says, I'll leave it to you. Ivy gets Angie and says, I swear, I will definitely find you. Andreas removes the mask and thinks, that was close. If it's Ivy, I'm sure she can take care of it. After that we see at Tenera Strait, a certain ancient castle nearby. There is a blue mermaid and bird laying in the magic circle. Jester is performing necromancy on them. He says, this is my private retreat, Salem. It's common manners to inform me before you visit. Salem says, You're the one with no manners. Jester, are you underestimating me? If you weren't, you wouldn't have done that. Jester says, I don't know what you're talking about. Salem says, trying to play dumb. Huh. Aren't you tired of living so long? Want me to cremate you? Jester says, what? What do you want? Salem says, you know what I want. If you had insisted, it's a natural disaster, it ain't real trouble, you know? Lend me the diligent sloth for a week, and I'll let you off the hook this time. AF that we see Andreas is reading news. It says, Black Mage Kidwell defeated at the hands of Assistant Professor Ivy Clare. Big interview with the Empire's Investigation Bureau. Targeted terrorism against Academy students? The daughter of the Alvin House testified that she was saved by an unknown individual at the scene. Andreas thinks, with Tolman's suspension, Bact is now taking up the investigation personally. This has become a big deal. Looks like things will be noisy for a while. I'll have to keep a low profile. Ivy is watching him. Ivy says, look like you like the night faculty training ground a lot? Huh? I wonder why I had to come all the way here to find a mage. Come with me, you virgin mage. Andreas thinks, don't tell me. She found out? Ivy says, you know why I'm here, don't you? Andreas says, yes. Somewhat. She says, that makes things a lot easier. She thinks, that's awfully straightforward. Andreas says, with all due respect, I'm not ready to start a relationship with someone of the opposite sex yet. She says, I'll bloody kill you. She says, Diane told me about the demi-human duo who had killed the students. What happened to them? Andreas says, I don't know. As I told the Investigation Bureau, I managed to escape when they were distracted. I'm glad Diane didn't mention that they were after me. Ivy says, bullshit. You expect me to believe that story? He says, but it's the truth. Now, if you'll excuse me. She jumps toward him. Andreas bring out his sword and block the attack. Ivy says, a scrawny mage like you managed to block me, an assistant professor of the night faculty? Andreas thinks, all I did was block her sword. She says, yeah, that's fishy. Andreas says, are you implying that I'm the one of the black mages, Professor Ivy? Vivian is listening everything. Vivian thinks, Andreas is a black mage? Ivy says, it's only logical. Whenever there's a case involving the black mages, you act suspiciously. And in the Balleric case, you even took down the mage who trapped me. She thinks, his voice is different, but he's got the same body type. How did he do it? Andreas says, I take it you're not convinced by what I've told the Bureau. She says, that's right. And one more thing. Ever since that midterm exam Vivian's changed. What did you do to her? He says, all I did was save her. She says, you did? Andreas says, yes. I only went inside the barrier and rescued her, that's all. Vivian thinks, I knew it. Andreas was Mr. Fairy. Ivy says, quit bullshitting me. How can a failure like you waltz in and out of a black mage barrier freely? Vivian says, it's true. Andreas saved my life that day. Andreas says, Vivon? She starts to walk and says, I'll be watching you. Andreas Cromwell? Andreas says to Vivian, thank you for helping me. Vivian says, don't worry about it, Mr. Fairy. Andreas doesn't say anything. She thinks, that confirms it. The 14th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 15th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Amy is working. Headmaid says, Lady Amy, we've finished cleaning up the mansion. Amy says, thank you. It must have been hard, seeing how long it has been abandoned. She says, not at all. However, we thought it would not be appropriate for us to enter the study that the previous family head had used. Perhaps Lady Amy could have a look at it first. She gets up and says, yes, I'll check it now. She is standing in front of the study room. She thinks, Father's studies. I remember being scolded a lot when I hid here to play hide and seek with my brother. She opens the door and says, it feels like ages ago. Everything is ruined inside the room. She says, wow, what a mess. Well, there was no one here to look after it. She sees a picture. After that we see at Welton Territory. Andreas is riding a train and says, aren't you being a bit indiscreet, Master Salem? Salem is sitting in front of him and says, what? Andres says, for the continent's greatest black magician to turn up in a public place like this. Salem says, you brat. I'm giving you an extracurricular lesson in person, and you're complaining? All sorts of people are after you because you're too weak. Salem says, anyway, let's get to it. Andreas says, he didn't listen to a word I said. Salem says, you know that the aura in your dantian and the mana in your heart are basically the same thing, right? Andres says, yes. Salem says, so, in theory, you could convert both of them and put them to use. Of course, it's impossible without a dual core, though there's no need for one. But, enough explaining. I, the great Salem, shall teach you the method I've devised to use conversion practically, called transference. 10 minutes later. Both the technique and the activation are easy. Salem thinks, I never thought it would be possible to convert the heart's mana into aura this quickly. What an extraordinary thing you've devised. Salem Edidia. Salem says, well, looks like you've got the hang of it. Keep practicing just like that. Andreas says, wait, please, just tell me one thing. Do you know anything about my father and the Cromwell house? Salem says, about that, huh? Cain was Gramp Morn's apprentice. Salem says, like I said before, find out the details yourself. It's a pain in the ass to explain everything. Andreas says, what do you mean? Master Salem. He thinks, Cain Cromwell. He was a black mage? I never realized that he was one, neither back in the game nor since I arrived in this world. Good thing I'm on my way home. If I search the house, I might find something. He gets back home and Amy says, what do you think? Lupin did a great job of tidying up this place, right? Andreas says, didn't this used to be Father's study? Amy says, yes, but it was in shambles, so I fitted it with a new set of furniture. Andreas says, thank you. This could be used as an office. Amy says, but I made sure to leave all the important stuff in place. She shows him their family photo. She says, it's our family photo from when we were children. How's that? It brings back memories, doesn't it? Andreas thinks, it's a strange feeling. I feel nostalgic, but at the same time, the feelings are like someone else's. Andreas touches the picture. The picture starts to glow. A room opens. He says, what is this? He thinks, when I touched the photo frame, it triggered a magic circle, opening a hidden door. If it only activates when the two of us touch it, then that means what's inside could be Cain's inheritance. More likely, his will. Let's try going inside first. If it's hidden like this, there has to be something amazing in there. Andreas says, I'll check it out. You should wait outside. Amy says, what? I can't let you go in there alone. Andreas says, this magical device is too much for you. It's too dangerous. He says, go. She says, okay. She says, be careful, okay? Andreas says, yeah, don't worry. He goes down there. He feels something and thinks, a black mage item? It's the same feeling I had with the sloth. He keeps walking. He sees a tree. He thinks, there are so many rare fairy flowers here. System says, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0 The Purest Original Sin. Awaiting to bear fruit. Andreas is really surprised and thinks, is that the main part of the codex? Why is something I've never even seen in the game in here? There is a scroll hanging by the tree. Andreas gets that and says, a letter was tied to the original sin tree. Did Cain leave it here? A lot of red energy appears. The letter disappears. Someone appears behind him. There is a seed in his hand. They put it in a flower pot, and it immediately starts to grow. Morn is really surprised and happy. Morn kills Andrea's mother. Andreas thinks, I see. So that's what happened. The Empire and the Black Mages are in cahoots with each other. And just like Salem said, the Emperor left Cain in the care of Morn. Cain studied black magic and sprouted the original sin. But once he achieved that, he was discarded because he was no longer useful to the Emperor. The death of his father and his mysterious illness, and the downfall of his family. Cain soon realized that the Emperor had arranged all of that. So he took revenge on the Emperor in his own way, by hiding the original sin in a place that only us siblings could enter. His father asks, did you get a good look at the memories your father left behind, Andreas Cromwell? Or, should I call you Makoto Kaneshiro instead? Andreas brings out his sword and says, who are you? Andreas says, shame. I thought you'd figure it out right away, being a game addict and all. He gets a flashback where it says, thank you for playing our game. Does that ring a bell? Mr. Makoto Kaneshiro, I presume? Andreas thinks, this guy, he can't be. Andreas says, are you the dev who brought me here? He says, bingo. So, how's the world of deadly sins? It's a fantastic fantasy world, isn't it? Andreas asks, why did you bring me here? Dev says, nothing much. Really. I just wanted you to clear this game. Andreas says, clear the game. You say? Yeah. Simple, right? Dev says, surely you've seen how this world ends many times. As Luis, Lucia, and Diane, that is. But ultimately, they all ended in an apocalypse ending, didn't they? The world ended up being destroyed by the outburst of the original sin that swallowed up all the deadly sins and their owners. Andreas says, what are you talking about? Once you collect all the deadly sins and the original sin, and defeat the final boss, the end of the world should be averted. Dev says, I suppose that's as far as you got to see. But as long as original sin's consciousness exists, the world will eventually come to an end. And to stop this, you have to take complete control of it. Andreas asks, control the original sin? Dex says, yes, and only Cain's own flesh and blood can do that. System says, the immature original sin demands a contractor's blood. Offer your blood and sign the contract. Looks like the original sin has sensed you. Dev says, looks like the original sin has sensed you. You may be talentless scum, but only very few can enter this place before the original sin matures. And you are one of those few, Andreas. After 6 months, once Is has grown conscious, the original sin will emerge outside of the ward and will seek out its own host. Andreas thinks, I was wondering why I was reincarnated into this trash character, so this is why. With Cain hiding the original sin, only Amy has access to it. He says, so what exactly do you want me to do? Dev says, simple. I want you to sign a contract with original sin and become its host, and then feed it the deadly sins and tame it. Andreas says, easy for you to say, if I fail. Won't they devour me, too? Dev says, it can't be helped, but this is the only way. If you succeed, both you and the world will survive. I apologize for bringing you here and asking you to do this, but I am counting on you. Dev says, my son, I believe in you. If it's you, I'm sure you can do it. And please look after Amy. Andreas says, this isn't one of those otherworldly reincarnation stories. And while I don't like the idea of being forced to work for free, just like he said, there's no other way. And if there's no other way, I have no choice but to face it. Just like what I've done all this time. System says, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has resided within the user's body. Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has recognized the user as its master. Mana recovery increased by 144%. Mana density will increase over time. Mana elements will become closer to dark over time. Increases ability the more deadly sins are collected. Unlock more ability and features the more deadly sins are collected. He thinks, Cain Cromwell, father of the second half of my soul. You can leave Amy and the Cromwell family to me. Please rest your souls in peace. I will also avenge all the tragedies that befell you. I swear it. Morn says, have you found the original sin yet? Viscount Lamar Peloton says, we've been looking into Cain's activities before he died. But, Morn says, bloody useless. And you call yourself the head of intelligence? He must have entrusted it to one of his kin. Sooner or later, they're going to make a deal with me. He says, then, I shall investigate the Cromwell more closely. Well, right now it's just that one young Cromwell. There's no need to rush, so I'll give you a little more time. He says, I am grateful, Your Majesty. Someone appears behind him and says, for now, maintain the surveillance you've had. It would be bet 5 tur to start with the deadly sins first. Morn says, and what about the Zephyr cult? I'm sure they're keeping a deadly sin for their god summoning. He says, we've picked up some suspicious activity. We believe they will soon be gathering a large number of people for the Zephyr summoning ceremony. Good, maintain a close watch on them. The 15th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 16th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. Thank you very much. Let's begin. Piet says, this year's festival. You know it's very important, right? He says, yes, Master Piet. We've prepared everything thoroughly. Piet says, from the numbers of guards and of Kraus to our entry points. We've also learned about all the underground chambers beneath the arena here. We may be able to make many sacrifices to summon Lord Zepar. Great job. If everything goes well, I'll be sure to introduce you to some nice girls. Or perhaps, me? Piet says, it's okay.
Infine.
All I did was borrow the help of our brothers and sisters at the academy. What precious children they are. They know very well what a worthy faith is. Say, that reminds me, didn't you say there was a potential candidate? Have you been successful in recruiting here? It must be about Vivienne. Piet says, I spoke to her directly, but she didn't seem particularly interested. She said she has found her spiritual foundation. He says, is that so? Well, that's a pity, but it can't be helped. Anyway, I hope you'll do well without me. Since I have very important things to do, I won't be able to join you. After that, we see a system window appears in front of Andrea's. It says, Traits, Dual Core Unique, Evolution Unique, Enlightenment Epic, Original Sin. Talents, Black Magic Necromancy Extraordinary, Elemental Magic, Water Element Poor, Potion Making, Buffing Type Extraordinary, Physical Exceptional, Combat Exceptional. A week after I returned from the Cromwell Mansion, I was worried that the original sin I absorbed might cause problems. Fortunately, nothing has happened so far. Now that I know Cromwell's secret, I'm even more worried about Amy. If it weren't for what's about to happen at the Academy, I could have stayed by Amy's side. On the last day of the Academy's festival, at the arena, the Zepar cult will carry out the terrorist attack. Who knows how many people will be killed in their ridiculous attempts to summon an evil god. I have to get rid of them before they get anyone else involved. I need to protect the playable characters if I want to clear this game. And I don't expect much, but it is possible that the Zepar cult has other codexes with them. So I'll look into that as well. There's so many things to do since I got the original sin. Alright, let's resume our training, Nickel. System says, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has detected diligent sloth. Andreas thinks, what? System says, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has been linked to diligent sloth. Generating additional features. Generating additional abilities. Enhancing base capabilities. He says, the sloth? System says, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin is starting to grow. Andreas thinks, what is this sensation? The original sin seems to recognize Nickel as the sloth. Is it because he carried it for a prolonged time? System says, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has finished growing. Codex Apocalypse and Diligent Sloth are no longer linked. Sloth Phantom Legendary. Sharing the effects of Diligent Sloth. Nickel Lifehill Undead, Tier 5. Mana 2113 Traits Self-Awareness, Mastery. Codex Apocalypse. Mana Recovery increased by 188% Sloth. Mana Sensitivity increased by 66%, Sloth. Once every 6 days, a special skill can be used. Currently stored skills, Sloth. He says his appearance didn't really change, but his specs have definitely gone up. Andreas says, so, Nickel, to celebrate your power-up, how about counseling today's training session? Nickel shakes head no. After that we see Andreas walking in a market. He says, I remember there should be some cultists here looking for new members. Is it because it was so long ago that I am misremembering? Why don't I see any familiar faces? He sees Hazar and thinks, if that guy who went on the mission reappeared before the terrorist attack, that means, good. Let's follow him. He follows him to an underground facility. Someone see Andreas. Andreas attack. Andreas knocks them out. He thinks, as I thought, Hazar and the rest of the cult are preparing a terrorist attack. Andreas brings out Nickel and Timer and says, Nickel, you're with me. Timer, you stay here and watch. He says, let's get moving. Hazar get to the base he thinks. Bringing in the explosives was a challenge, but setting them up should take no more than a day. Looks like there won't be any problems for tomorrow's ceremony. Hopefully, they'll promote me to a higher rank for my efforts. Someone's head goes flying. They scream and say, we're under attack. Hazar says, a spy. Kill him. They attack Andreas. Andreas kills them. Hazar says, what useless bunches. It's only one man? Andreas think, phew. His swordsmanship is impressive as always. All right, I think we're almost done. Luthiers collect all the explosives. Let's call Timer back. Someone throws Timer. Timer falls in the water. He says, my. Just when I thought I'd drop by since I finished my business early. My boy, Hazar. Andreas thinks, when did he? He is really angry and says, was it you? That one who killed this child? Andreas thinks, no way. He says, I hope you know what you're getting yourself into. Andreas thinks Piot Koban. Piot says, you went too far, little boy. Andreas thinks, one of the cult's top leaders who appears mid-game and has the strength comparable to an aura master. This is going to sting a little, so buckle up. Andreas thinks, he's bad news. His strength at this point in time is probably greater than Ivy's. Will Nickel and Timer be able to defeat him with their low evolution stages? Moreover, they're a bad match for him. Piot's skills, which increase muscle and physical strength, make blunt blows and slashes ineffective. What should I do? Piot becomes a black monster. He says, I don't know who you are, but you seem pretty strong, so I'm going to go all out. Andreas thinks, here he comes. Timer comes in front of Andreas ready to fight Piot. They both start to fight. Nickel also gets ready to fight. Nickel uses his sword to attack, but it doesn't work. Andreas also attacks him. It also doesn't work. He says, oh my? Why don't you? Piot head, but Timer is really hard. Piot kicks him and says, go over there for a moment. Piot jumps toward Andreas. Andreas gets ready to write. Nickel blocks the attack. Andreas sees an opening and says, now. Andreas hits him in the back of his neck. Piot is unharmed and attacks Andreas. Andreas uses an earth shield. Piot smiles and destroys the earth shield. Piot grabs his head and starts to punch him. Andrea's mask gets down. Piot says, oh my? Oh my god. He's super my type. Timer and Nickel attack him together. Piot easily blocks their attacks and hugs Andreas really hard. Andreas starts to scream. Piot starts to laugh and says, what lovely sounds you make. Andreas thinks, am I going to die here? There's got to be a way. System says, the purest original sin has responded to the host's call. Do you want to use the special skill sloth? Andreas thinks, sloth. I don't know what the risks are yet, but I have no other choice. I'm using the sloth. Everything starts to tremble. Piot says, what's that sound? Piot feels something and thinks, what is this ominous presence? Piot jumps back for the distance. Andreas releases a really strong aura. System says, magic power potency 666%.
Mana sensing capability 666%.
Magic sensing capability 666%. Mana recovery strength 666%. Temporarily applying talent magic genius. Temporarily nullifies all mental magic. Entering the state of transcendental emotion sloth.
Duration 66 secondes.
Andreas thinks, thinking is annoying. And moving is a pain too. Too late to open my eyes. He uses Earth Shield. He thinks, and breading is a drag. Adrias cuts Pyatt's one arm in an instant. Pyatt gets scared and says, "What the hell are you?" He thinks, even keeping my heart beating. Timer and Nickel are also surprised. He thinks, bothersome. A really big explosion happens. He hits him with a bunch of attack. Pyatt says, "Is that all?" Andreas says, "How bothersome." Pyatt says, "What did you just?" Andreas says, "I need to kill him fast. And rest." Pyatt feel really strong energy. Also the Tower Master also feels really strong energy from far away. The 16th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 17th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that in a coliseum, a fighting match is happening. Tower Master thinks, what was that? It was definitely the presence of black magic, but it appears that putting up the anti-black magic barrier worked against me. Diane asks, "What's wrong, father?" He says, "Stay here. Something's come up." After that, we see Andreas is releasing a large amount of black energy. Andreas uses rock spears. Pyatt is really surprised and thinks, rock? Spear? Basic magic? A lot of really strong rock spears appear. Pyatt jumps toward him and says, "How flashy. I was wondering what it was, but that's it? Those pebbles won't even scratch my body." Nickel hits him. He says, "You ugly skeleton." Pyatt attacks Nickel. Nickel dodges the attack. Pyatt says, "What now?" Andreas throws the spears. Pyatt says, "You think you can kill me with just a few shots?" Timer grabs him.
Andreas says, "Die."
He gets stabbed with a bunch of rock spears. System says, the duration of the special skill slot has expired. Incoming backlash. System says, unable to move body, unable to use mana and aura. Severe damage will occur due to overuse of the body. He falls and thinks, shit. It feels like my body's been torn to shreds.
Evegota get up.
I have to finish him off. System says, undead summon creatures will be removed due to mana depletion. They both disappear. System says, requirements have been met. Evolvable individuals detected. He thinks, what? System says, Andreas Cromwell evolvability, 33%. When evolving, there is on divergence available. Do you want to evolve? Andreas thinks, what do you want with a dying person? You want to give me a souvenir to take to the grave? He says, I accept. Tower Master appears there and thinks, these vulgar outfits. The Zepar cult? Huh. Why are they in Rodland's sewer? They must have something to do with the strange presence I felt earlier. But, well, no point in speculating. Let's check the area first. It's faint, but there's still a trace of black magic. From there are a lot of dead people and Andreas is also laying on the ground. Tower Master thinks, it reeks of gunpowder. If such a large amount of gunpowder had exploded beneath the stadium, many people would have died, including my children. He sees him and thinks, is that Andreas Cromwell? What's that boy doing here? It's here. This is where the trace of black magic is the strongest. It can't be. Did he inherit the original sin from Cain? System says, remaining time, 0. Andreas Cromwell has evolved. Transformation complete. The trait dual core epic disappeared. The trait vessel unique is generated. Andreas opens his eyes and thinks, evolution? Did I say I accept? Tower Master says, your wounds were so bad that you should have been dead. And yet, in just 2 weeks, you've almost made a full recovery. Andreas gets and says, Sir Alvin? Alvin says, answer me, what exactly were you doing there? I'm talking about what happened in the sewers. Andreas thinks, I should keep it under wraps for now. I was walking near the waterway when I saw a suspicious group of people fighting. I tried to escape somehow, but I ended up dragged into it. Alvin says, then let me ask you this. Where did the others go? When I got there, you were the only one at the scene. Andreas says, no matter how many times you ask, I'll just say I don't know. Alvin asks, boy, what exactly are you hiding? Andreas says, as I told you earlier, I'm not hiding anything. Alvin thinks of Andrea's father saying, please take care of my children. Sir Alvin. Alvin says, fine. Rather than questioning someone who doesn't know anything, it'll be faster to catch a Zepar lackey lurking around tow. Besides, I doubt someone who barely made it out alive has any useful information. Andreas is really surprised and thinks, huh? He's backing down so easily? Alvin says, that's enough interrogation. If you'll excuse me, RB on you potion development. You didn't forget, did you? You have 1 week left. I'm looking forward to it. Andreas thinks, for some reason, despite knowing who I am, he let me off the hook. Why? He thinks, Salem also sounded like he didn't care if Bach found out he was a black mage. I saw Bach in the vision I had at Cromwell's mansion, so I'm pretty sure he know exactly who me and my father are. Diane gets there and says, how are you doing? I heard you got hurt pretty bad. Carlos says, Andreas, long time now see. He says, Diane and Carlos? Why are you? Diane says, my father told me about it. That's why I'm here, to visit you. Carlos says, you are in better condition than I thought. He says, I see. Thank you for visiting me. It's nice to see all three of us together here, and reminds me of the old days. How about you, Andreas? Andreas thinks, in my past life, I always tried to save someone, only to fail. But not in this life. Yes, I'm glad to see the three of us together again, because now I can protect what's important to me with my own power. After that, Andreas sees the news and thinks, looks like Bach did a thorough news control. There's not a single news report about the Zepar cult's terrorist attacks. Not surprising, given that an external threat has infiltrated the heart of the academy. The original sin in the basement was quiet as well. Guess I shouldn't be worried about this issue anymore. A professor says, you're early. Andreas says, yes. He says, Sir Bach is waiting for you. Please follow me. He says, Tower Master. Andreas Cromwell is here. Bach says, come in. They enter the office and he says, right, no time? Well then, show me the potion. Andreas thinks, he's acting as if the sewer incident never happened. Bach, Alvin, whose side are you on? The Emperor or my father's? Andreas gives him the potion. He says, an emit potion? You've removed the side effects, just like the last one. Andreas says, yes. I expected you would figure it out. Alvin says, how cheeky of you, trying to test me. Andreas give him another one and says, and here's another. I've also removed the side effects of this Diron potion. Alvin is really surprised and says, what? You made two? In such a short amount of time? Andreas says, it's thanks to your material and moral support, sir. Alvin says, even though you were able to finish one so quickly, you still made me wait until now? How bold of you. Very well. You win this bet. Let's get to the warehouse. I'll reward you as promised. Alvin a teleportation spell, and Andreas thinks, the spell. It's visible. They reach the warehouse. Alvin says, go on. Pick anything you like. Andreas says, thank you very much. He thinks, so much. There's much more than I expected. System says, Nacht's cursed orgel, the music it plays is filled with magical power. The longer you listen to it, the more powerless you become. Mitra's pocket watch. Able to store mana. 0 out 500. Andreas thinks, moreover, each of these items is worth well over 10 million will. He sees an item that is really surprising and thinks, Galaxer? System says, sealed sword. Galaxer?
Mana conductivity 73%, sa alet.
He thinks, a named item that I only knew by name back in the game. I never thought it would be stored in Bach's warehouse. Andreas picks up the sword and says, I want this sword. Alvin says, you sure are a strange one, being interested in such a thing. I found that sword in the Shire dungeon. I've had it examined several times, but it doesn't seem to be of any particular value. Are you sure? Andreas says, it's all right. I'll take this as my reward. You sure are stubborn, but in a weird way, just like your father. even though there are plenty of better items you could have. Andreas says, no, it's all right really. Alvin says, if you come crying later begging to change it, I won't care. Alvin also gave him 2 envelopes. Andreas says, may I ask what the contents are? Alvin says, a letter from His Imperial Majesty concerning the Cromwell family's merits. I kept it for you while you were in a coma. The other is a letter of recommendation. Since you seem interested in swords, perhaps a visit there would be useful for you. After that we see Andreas in his room, and Nickel is training. He reads the letter. It says, Andreas Cromwell, heir apparent to the Cromwell family, was due to have his title reduced by a rank this year due to poor behavior. However, following recommendations from Alvin, Duke of Classicils, and others, there is room for improvement based on his recent reputation at the Academy. As such, the title change will be withheld until next year. He thinks, a merit rank is nothing more than an empty title. What's in it is nothing but a threat from the Emperor. I must tell Amy to contact me immediately if she sees any suspicious activity. What an annoying bunch. Though, Bach seems friendly since he even gave me a letter. He said this was a letter of recommendation, didn't he? Give this letter to the old man living in the place on the map. If you know it from me, I'm sure he'll at least teach you a thing or two. Andreas thinks, this map. It looks familiar. Andreas thinks, Die Scrun? Right. This is where Die Scrun Forn, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, is supposed to be retiring. Without a letter of recommendation, I'd have been turned away, but thanks to Bach, I might be able to study with the sword master. And if I remember correctly, there's probably a hidden spot nearby. I'll have to check there on my way to Die Scruns. Let's leave as soon as I have a holiday. After that we see he reaches a desert. There are really big insects. Andreas uses stone spears and kills the insect. The reward I got for my fight with Piet is huge. By combining mana and aura, even basic skills become many times more powerful. System says, the trait Wessel unique has removed the boundary between the Dantina and the heart. Aura now can be converted into mana and mana into aura. He thinks, Vessel is the perfect version of Salem's skill, transference. The combined amount of aura and mana has increased to the point where it is no longer necessary to switch between the two. This means I'm unlikely to even run out of power again. Let's take every bit of the monster byproduct, just in case I need it. Mount Clayton, the highest peak of the monster, infested Krath's mountain range. There, I can meet Die Scrun. But before that, in this mountain's hidden spot, there's the giant's lair. I can get the corpse of the giant warrior there. The 17th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 18th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Andreas collects the materials of dead monsters. He gives the materials to Nickel and says, I've collected all the materials I could use. Let's get going. He hears some loud bang. He thinks, what's that sound? And where's the mask? His appearance changes. There is someone laying on the ground. He sees him and thinks, that's a Leopardian. He gives him a potion. He says, hey, can you talk? What happened? Andreas thinks, although they live in this remote area, due to the Emperor's oppression of different races, each and every Leopardian is an adept warrior, skilled in close combat. Who in the world could have done this? A really big insect attacks him. He cuts it in half. He says, a bug monster capable of high-speed flight. I remember that only Ranix, the bug manipulator, was able to control it. His bug army is strong enough to wipe out a whole village in half a day. He's on a treasure hunt on Jester's orders, and the fact that he's here means Leopardian gets up and says, it's those bugs. Those bugs attacked the village. Andreas thinks, he here for the Lunapult crystal. That's the only treasure the Leopardians carry. Andreas brings out Nickel and Timer and says, can you take me to the village? I might be able to help you. He thinks, even if it's an emergency, is it worth risking taking a mysterious human into the village? He says, you are doubtful. But consider this, if I were an enemy, I wouldn't offer help you in the first place. Leopard says, all right, please save my village. Thymer is carrying Leopard. Andreas thinks, isn't this the same direction as where I'm going? Well, I'll figure it out soon. After that we see that the Leopardian village is burning. Andreas thinks, I knew it. It's the same palace. That cave is the hidden spot where the giant corpse is, and the Leopardian village should be in front of it. Was gonna come back in the game due to Rannick's attack. Andreas says, first, as promised I'll get rid of those bugs. System says, casting minor necromancy, ghoul summoning. 63 corpses were detected. Insufficient caster level 24 corpses have responded. Minor necromancy ghoul, summoning successful. Bug type ghoul common. 24 ghouls are summoned. Andreas uses corpse explosion. There are still a lot of bugs attacking the village. Timer also protects them. Timer is killing bugs, and Nickel is cutting them to pieces. Ranix is watching from behind a rock. He thinks, what? Who on earth is he? I was only looking for the deadly sins on Master Jester's orders. Damn it. I have to get out of here. Andreas stabs him and says, I know you were close by, Ranix. He gets really angry and says, bastard, who are you? Why do you know me? There's no reason for you to attack me if you're a black mage as well. Andreas says, silence, I'm the one asking questions. Are you here on Jester's order to find the deadly sins? Ranix is really surprised and says, how did you know? Andres says, just answer the question, or I'll cut your arm off. Something smells here. Maybe I should prod him a bit more? Based on the situation, it looks like you were after the Leopardians' Lunapult crystal. Did you attack them because you thought it was one of the deadly sins? Think carefully before you answer. You can either die right here, or you can tell me everything you know. If you refuse to answer, I'll take it that you choose death? Ranix says, wait, I'll talk. It's not exactly accurate, but this is our list of possible deadly sins. Andres takes it and says, good. I'll confirm it. Mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea. To be auctioned at the Muriel auction. Andreas says, looks like this thing is most likely to be a deadly sin. Port Town Muriel, that's my next destination. Ranix says, you'll spare. Andreas cuts him and says, thanks for the useful information. Let's keep his body and use it for experiments. There's not much time left until the auction. I'll head to Muriel as soon as I get back. They say, thank you for saving our village. As you can see, we are unable to repay you properly right now, so please, at least accept this Lunapult crystal. Andreas says, no need. I have no interest in that. She says, then. Andres says, I'd like to go there. Can you let me in? They think, no way. Is he also aiming for the mine? As expected, humans can't be trusted. She says, very well, you may come in. They says, but, Elder, no matter how much we owe him, if not for this man's help, our village would have been destroyed, and there would be neither mine nor anything else. Andreas says, relax, I have no interest in the Lunapult crystal. She says then, why? He says, I'll explain the reason inside. Because that's where the one I want is. They reach the end of the cave. Andreas says, around here. She says, but it's just a hard rock wall there. Andreas says, Timer, break it down. Timer punches the wall to pieces. Elder surprised and thinks, a Tigerian warrior? What fearsome strength. They say, Elder, it's dangerous here. We've to step out. We see that there is a really big cave full of crystals behind the wall. Elder is really surprised and says, the crystals? There's so many of them. She says, so this is what you were after. Andreas says, I know the value of these well enough. But as I said before, I have no interest in them. She says then, what? He says that's the one I want. There is a statue. They say, why is there such a huge thing here? Andreas says, I'll leave all the Lunapult to you. But in return I need you to leave me here alone for a while. She says, may I ask why? As the head of the tribe, I have to know. No need to worry. I had intended to do you any harm. I would have done it already. One of them gets angry and says, what did you say? Even if you're our savior, that's just unacceptable. She says, for not taking it from use by force, I'll put my trust in you. But please, as the first human we've ever made a promise to, please honor it. The leave. He says, God, I'm finally alone. Since it's no longer fresh, it might be better to turn it into a ghoul. System says, casting minor necromancy, ghoul summoning, 1 corpse was detected. Insufficient caster level. Minor necromancy, ghoul summoning has failed. As I thought. It won't go that easily, huh? No matter how long it takes, I'll definitely make you mine. Andreas keeps trying but is failing again and again. Says, I've been trying for over a week now, yet all my attempts have failed. Should I just give up at this stage? No, this place is no longer a secret. There's no guarantee the giant would still be here the next time I come back. Anyway, let's try increasing the amount of mana beyond the standard. Let's go for all or nothing. Casting minor necromancy, ghoul summoning. 1 corpse was detected. He thinks, I still have time. I'll keep trying. System's eyes. Minor necromancy ghoul summoning successful. Titan ghoul mythical 1 ghoul is summoned. The level of the finished corpse is a high status. Bonus added. The level of the finished corpse is transcendent. Tier increased. It has become a champion Titan ghoul. The level of the finished corpse is almost transcendent. It regains some of its former egos. It's a mythical level undead inheriting some of its traits before death. Champion Titan ghoul mythical. Rudradal Kanadando. Undead, Tier 6.
Mana 3733.
Traits, egos, monstrous strength, fighting spirit, indomitable. Andreas thinks, how intimidating. I'm probably the only one in the world who can command a giant tribe right now. Now I won't be afraid of a troop-level enemy anymore. Thank goodness all that hard work was worth it. After that we see Jester has a bug trap inside a jar. It blows up. He thinks, Ranix. Is it dead? Well, no matter. I still have plenty of pawns out there. A crow gets there and says, Master Jester, His Imperial Majesty wants to see you. He says, understood. Let him know I'll be there at once. I have just had something to report to him. After that we see the old man is eating potato and says, did the Empire send you? Andres says, I am here on the recommendation of the Duke of Alvin. Backed? That body sent you? The 18th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 19th part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part we see that Andreas is training with D-Scrun. He thinks, damn, his pressure is stronger than Salem's. I can't believe this is the test. D-Scrun says, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you I'll let you make the first move? Andreas thinks, fighting me with just a stick. He's not taking me seriously. I'll definitely defeat him. D-Scrun easily dodges all his attacks. He appears behind Andreas and thinks, I've grasped your abilities. It is not your swordsmanship you should be training now. A flimsy fighting style that relies too much on tricks. Movement that is too obvious and overly reliant on speed. And an inability to see through your opponent's schemes. It's your lack of experience. Well, don't worry. You'll naturally get better at it as you play around with me. After that we see they start to train. They train and eat potatoes. After training for 33 days, D-Scrun is using a real sword. He thinks his movements are getting a bit better. However, D-Scrun hits him in the stomach. He says, thinking in the middle of battle is just naive. Still, I'll recognize your fighting will for not whining even once. D-Scrun gets a scratch on his face. Andreas says, even a sword master can let his guard down. Next time I won't be so easy. Andreas falls. D-Scrun thinks, it's rough. But did he just gather his aura and send it flying? I didn't think he was good enough to use sword arts yet. Did he just use it instinctively? What a talent beyond my expectations. That reminds me, Luis also said he will enroll at Rodlin soon. It would be interesting to see if I can get him in a match with this kid. Andreas wakes up. Duskrun says, finally awake? That sword arts you did before you passed out. Can you do it again? Andreas says, that thing I did when I was beaten to a pulp. That was just me being desperate. Duskrun says, very well. Let me take this opportunity to teach you how to use sword arts. And while we're at it, some basic aura control, too. Andreas says, thank you very much. When you use sword arts, think of it as wrapping the aura around the sword like a scabbard, and then just send that scabbard flying. Duskrun cut the tree into pieces from afar. Andreas is really surprised. Duskrun says, although its basic form is just a sharp slash, it can be used in a variety of ways, depending on how you use it, from explosions to shockwaves. Andreas says, that big tree. Just like that. Duskrun says, and if you use the aura to stimulate your body instead of a sword. He appears behind Andreas and says, you can move at super speeds just like this. Andreas is really surprised. Duskrun says, Aura Mystic Technique, the pinnacle of aura application, is built on the same theory as the techniques I've just shown you. You wrap your aura around your body or your sword and adjust the strength accordingly. But this is something that is still a long way off for you. For now, learn to use the sword arts. Andreas is cutting the tree from afar. Duskrun says, good, keep it up. Once you're used to it, move a little further away. A system window appears in front of Andreas. It says, conditions met. Evolvable entities detected.
On dira Cromwell's talent, combat.
Evolvability 30%. Andreas thinks, I trained that hard to think my genius tier combat skills would reach an evolvable level, and starts to swing again and thinks, anyway, that's a good thing. Plus, it's more enjoyable for me to use my body. Andreas' slashes gets a lot stronger. Duskrun is really surprised and thinks, he's even more of a monster than I imagined. I never thought such talent could exist. Wulg, Luis, and even him were never as good as this. As long as he's given a clear direction, he'll probably thrive on his own. In that case, all I can do is. Duskrun says, good, that's enough for today. Let's eat. You go home first, dig up the potatoes and boil them. My disciple. Andreas thinks, it's all potatoes every meal. I feel like they're going to start sprouting out of my body. Just now, did you call me a disciple? Duskrun says, what, you don't like it? Andreas says, no, not at all. After that they both start to eat and Andreas thinks, Duskrun took me on as his disciple? Why? Though I've been with him for more than a month. Duskrun give him a book and says, take it. It's a book I wrote during my time here on this mountain. Andreas says, why are you giving me this? System says, Egoless Sword. Skill book written by Duskrun Forn. Contains extensive knowledge of his swordsmanship. Andreas thinks, it's Duskrun's skill book. A level boosting item, just like Morn's black magic book. That means I can use Duskrun's Egoless Sword, too. Duskrun laughs and says, did you really hate being taught directly by me so much? Andreas says, not at all. Duskrun says, as much as I'd like to teach potential disciples directly, sometimes too much teaching can poison a talent, especially one as peculiar as you, whose body is full of aura. That's why I want you to use it as a guide to find the right training method for you. Andreas thinks, a sword master actually took me in as his disciple. Now that I've finished teaching you, maybe it's time for me to leave this mountain? If I stay too long here my skills will become dull. Andreas says, where will you be going? Duskrun says, to the Southern Kingdom Alliance. Andreas says, that's the opposite of where I'm going. Let me see you off as far as I can. Master. After that we see someone walking and thinking, so hungry. How far I've been walking. Grandpa. Everyone in the village. They are all gone, and I'm the only one left. He falls and thinks, what should I do? Andreas gets there and says, no way. Isn't this Benjamin Anakius? To think I'd meet a playable character in a place like this. A sword specialist holding the trait Lord of Swords. That means this great sword is the demon sword Rubens. A sword that has been sealed in Benjamin's village for generations. And the fact it appears right here means his village was raided. Back in the game, he somehow managed to escape with the demon sword. I can't just turn a blind eye now that I've crossed paths with him. After all, I need to make. The playable character is indebted to me. After that, we see Andreas is camping. Andreas is camping. Benjamin wakes up. Andreas says, "You up?" He says, "Who are you?" Andreas gives him cooked meat and says, "Eat." Benjamin says, "What? What are you up to?" Andreas says, "Calm down. If I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be alive right now. You should eat first and regain your strength. That sword. It looks important to you, but you'll need your strength to carry it around, right?" Benjamin starts to cry. Andreas thinks, he reminds me of Shoei. He's the sensitive type, just like in the game. Andreas says, "How long are you going to make me hold it?" "My arm is tired." Benjamin says, right?" Andreas says, "You sure can eat. Drink some potion too, while you regain your strength." Benjamin is still crying and says, "Thank you very much." Andreas says, "It's rude to crowd around and watch people eat like that." Some peoples appear and says, "How sharp." Benjamin says, "You bastards." Benjamin thinks, they're the one who killed Grandpa. Andreas thinks, that reaction. As I thought, they were the ones who attacked Benjamin's village. The Acolytes, a group of orphans raised by Jester as his personal assassination squad. Somehow, they kind of remind me of my previous life. All-round soldiers, trained to a special forces level and even capable of basic magic. Once they are able to manipulate aura, they are given special masks by Jester as a sign of their ability. They're pitiable, but they're not the kind of people you can negotiate with. I'll take care. Benjamin gets ready to fight and says, "Wait, please stand back. The one they have business with is me." They says, "Don't jest, you brat. Behave and hand over the sword." Benjamin jumps really fast and attacks them. Everything starts to get destroyed. They attack Benjamin. Benjamin blocks the attack with his sword. Start to cut them down. Andreas is watching them the side and thinks, I'd like to say as expected from the youngest playable character, but I don't see any reason for him to get seriously wounded like he did in the original story. Since things are about to get ugly, Andreas starts to fight. He kills a lot of them in an instant. He thinks, let's take care of them quickly. They are really surprised and says, "What? Get him first." Benjamin thinks it's amazing. He wiped out those bastards who raided my village so easily. Andreas kills them all. Benjamin thinks, who is this guy? Andreas says, looks like that's all of them. Benjamin thinks, would I have been able to protect the village if I was as strong as him? Andreas says, hey, are you all right? Benjamin gets scared and says, yes. Andreas thinks, did he change his attitude after seeing my swordsmanship? Andreas says, that reminds me, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Count Andreas Cromwell. He says, my name's Benjamin Anakius. Andreas says, Benjamin? Huh? Seems you're being chased. Do you have anywhere to go? Benjamin says, that's... Andreas thinks, soon, Luis and other major characters will start enrolling into the academy. I figured it's about time I checked up on them. Maybe I should look after this one as well. If you don't have anywhere else to go, how about I teach you proper swordsmanship? The 19th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 20th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Andreas says, it would be a crime to let a talent as good as yours go to waste. Get yourself admitted to the academy. I'll write you a letter of recommendation. Ben says, but I don't have the money. Andreas says, when I say I'll recommend you, that also means I'll sponsor you. All you have to do is decide whether to take it or not. Andreas says, I have enough resources to do that. Ben starts to cry and says, someday, I'll definitely return your kindness. After that, we see Andreas is sitting and reading messages. He thinks, looks like he got admitted to Monas Academy. Ben sends him a message saying, thank you so much for the letter of commendation and also your support. Your Excellency has great swordsmanship and I aspire to be strong as your excellency. Andreas thinks he's a sword specialist, so he'll have no problem graduating. Work hard, Benjamin. I'll provide you with as much money as you want. Now then, I should get ready to go to Muriel's auction. Andreas messages Carlos saying, Carlos, you see, I'd like to participate in the Muriel auction. Carlos says, oh, is there something you want there? Leave the entry tickets to me. My father will find a way to get me one. Andreas says, thank you very much. Let's meet up at the auction tomorrow. Andreas thinks, nice to have a great noble acquaintance. He says, all right, time to go. To Deadly Sin's most lawless entertainment district. What became of the demon sword Rubens? Acolytes member says to Jester that the boy fled with the sword, and we've sent a unit after him, but they still haven't returned. Jester says, are you saying you let him get away? He thinks, it's a demon sword that amplifies its holder's magic ability and physical ability. I was planning to study it and create a mass-producible demon sword. It was the material I was searching for to strengthen the army. I thought I'd finally found it, but to think it slipped away like this. He is really angry and says, send Hosen to Muriel. Get him to join the Aleb at the auction. He thinks, I must get the crown of the deep at all costs. If he's there, even if something unexpected happens, he'll bring it back. After that we see at Port Town Muriel, the largest auction of its entertainment district, Night of Flowing Gold. Andreas thinks, my aim is the Deadly Sins, but let's take this opportunity to get as many named items as possible. It's the White Nightmare, a renowned sword with a high mana conductivity. All right, if I win this bid, I'll send it to Benjamin. Carlos says, so, it's true that you're interested in swordsmanship? Andreas says, oh, I was thinking of giving this to someone I know. Carlos says, it looks pretty good, but 20 million wills is a bit low, don't you think? Raise it to 50 million. Andreas thinks, why brother when you can get it cheaper? Andreas says, it's just started, so the price will go up gradually. Auctioneer says, 23 million. 23 million is in. Anyone else? Auctioneer says, thank you very much. The White Nightmare, sold for 23 million wills. Carlos says, Andreas thinks, seems like 20 million would have been just fine. Auctioneer says, now, on to the next item. This is a map that many scholars have tried to decipher, but the code has proved too difficult for them. Andreas thinks, that thing's here too? The secret map that leads to the location of the dragon tomb of the red dragon, Krabmaha. I thought it was just an Easter egg. I didn't expect it to actually exist. Corpses are assets to me. I have to get them. Auctioneer says, now then let's start with 2 million wills. 5 million. 5 million just in. Anybody else? If I can get my hands on a dragon, I'll be as strong as the whole country. Encrypted map, sold for 5 million wills. Andreas gets excited and says, all right. Someone sees them and thinks, who the hell are they? Seems like they're loaded with money. No matter. Have fun with that. The main prize is the crown, anyway. The more money you spend before that, the less competition for me. Auctioneer says, well then, on to the next item. A rechargeable portal scroll that allows you to move anywhere, anytime. Up to 2 uses per day. Andreas buys that as well. Auctioneer says, Ancient Alchemist's antique alchemical tool. Practical and stylish. Andreas buys that as well. Carlos is surprised and thinks, is he even thinking about what he's buying? Auctioneer says, and now, the long-awaited final item. Hold your breath. It's a relic salvaged from the bottom of the deep sea. I present to you, Lords of the Seas. System says, the purest original sin has detected the power of benevolent greed. Andreas thinks, there it is. Auctioneer says, the starting price is 1 billion wills, and the bidding units are 10 million wills. Andreas thinks, that's a steep price. If only I had the earnings from next month's potion sale. Carlos sees him and says, you want that too? Andreas says, well, I'll try a few bids, but if it's hopeless, I'll just give up. Carlos says, I'll buy it for you. Andreas says, why are you? Carlos says, Father told me the gist of the story. He told me that the reason you were injured in the sewers was because you were trying to save us. Andreas says, that was. Things just happened. Carlos says, let me show you the wealth of the Alvin house. That man is really surprised and thinks, what? Do they still have money left? I'll shut those little brats up with Master's wealth. He is one of Jester's men. They put 1.5 billion, then 2 billion, 3 billion, 7 billion, 8.7 billion, 10 billion. Auctioneer is really excited and says, we've reached 10 billion. Carlos also gets excited and says, things are getting interesting. Andreas sees him and thinks, as competitive as ever. Now that we're in this citation, you better win, and I'll make sure to pay you back. Auctioneer is really excited and says, unbelievable, the bid has reached 50 billion wills. Is there anyone else bidding? Carlos puts 70 billion. Then Aleb puts in 90 billion. Bid reaches 100 billion wills. Aleb thinks, should I go further? He thinks of Jester, says, make sure you win the bid, no matter how high it is. Aleb thinks, no matter how much wealth the master has, this is just too much. I should have asked how much I was allowed to spend. There, no time to ask the master. Auctioneer says, thank you very much, Lords of the Seas. Sold for 100 billion wills. He says, Sir Hosen? Hosen says, I bet master sent me here because you, being the coward that you are, would have screwed it up. Even if you had succeeded in winning the bidding with over 100 billion, you would have been killed for it. Go back and wait. I don't know who they are. Let them enjoy the taste of victory before they die. Carlos says, I guess I'm gonna get a scolding when I get back. I'm starving. Let's go out and get something to eat. Andreas thinks, the wealth of the Alvin house. You've shown me very well. After that we see Andreas is wearing the crown and Carlos is laughing really hard and says, that looks very good on you, Your Highness Andreas. Andreas thinks, treating the codex like a toy. I guess that's his privilege since he bought it. Anyway, let's have a toast to celebrate. Andreas says, thank you as always, Carlos. Andreas thinks, thank to him, I've managed to get greed safely, and it seems the congregation hasn't made a move yet, since it seems we can walk away with it now. Hey, who are you people? You aren't allowed here. Hosen gets there and says, whoops, did I interrupt your dinner time? Carlos says, who are you? Andreas thinks, speaks of the devil. Hosen says, give me the crown and stop back, and I'll kill you without any pain. Now this is troublesome. Of all people, it's Jester's dog, Hosen the Devil Sword. Although he can't use secret arts yet, he's still an aura master. Arrogant of his own talent, he constantly clashes with his mentor, D. Scrun. Eventually he parted ways with him and fell into the criminal underworld. He was then recruited by Jester, who saw his talent. Here I thought I could safely retrieve greed and get away with. Things look bad here. Let's run. Hosen says, I won't let you. Get them. They attack them. Carlos and Andreas jump out of the window and run away. Hosen says, good. Don't make it too easy for me, or I'll get bored. It's hunting time. Andreas and Carlos reach a river. Carlos says, great. They won't be able to catch up with us if we cross the river. Muriel is a lawless area beyond the reach of the Empire's power, but once we get out of here, those guys are nothing. Andiras says, you go on first and call for help, Carlos. Carlos says, what are you saying? Andreas says, those guys aren't something we can outrun easily. It's too dangerous for us to move together. And it's easier for me to escape if I'm alone. So, good grief. Blockhead as always. I understand. I'll try to bring help to you as fast as I can. Thanks, I'll see you later. Carlos leaves. Andreas thinks, well then, with Carlos safely away, they appear there and say, found him. It's time for me to go all out. They say, where's the other guy? The crown is probably with this guy. Andreas says, sure, come and take it. If you can, that is. They says, how dare you mock us? They attack him and says, we'll shred you to pieces. Andreas starts to kill them. He thinks, Rudradal. Hosen thinks, a summoning spell. Is it undead? A really big arm appears. They say, what's that big arm? Andreas appears behind one of them. He stabs him in the back and says, try not to get distracted. Andreas keeps on killing them. Hosen sees that and gets excited. He thinks, not only is he skilled in black magic, he is even skilled with the sword. What an interesting boy. On top of that, that's swordsmanship. Hosen attacked him. Andreas blocks the attacks. Hosen says, I wonder who you really are? Andreas says, Who knows? Try guessing. Hosen kicks him and says, cheeky brat. That sword. Feels like I saw it in a book somewhere. A named sword like that is wasted on you. Looks like Hosen is stronger than Pyatt. I might be able to win if I use sloth here. But the aftermath would be a problem. Hosen says, all right. I'll add that sword of yours to one of my collections, too. Andreas says, collections? What a pretentious thief. Andreas says, like I said, try it if you can. Andreas says, if he relying on items, power, then. Andreas bring out Nickel and Timer. Even the dead bodies around him gets up. Andreas thinks, I'm going to use sheer numbers to overpower him. Hosen smiles and says, you really are an interesting one. To think I met a necromancer who uses a sword. Hosen brings out demon culling sword Ganos. Andreas is really surprised and thinks, an anti-undead sword? Hosen says, if I also took your corpse back with me, I'm sure the master jester would be pleased. Andreas thinks, how many swords are in that subspace sheath? Let's start with a war of attrition. Andreas asks them to attack. Hosen says, you think you can win? With that trash? Hosen uses a really powerful attack. Timer attacks him from the side. Hosen says, undead are easy enemies. Because they're dumb. Nickel also appears behind him. Nickel and Timer attack him at the same time. Hosen jumps and says, for a bunch of corpses, they sure can move. How about this? Andreas also brings out the giant. Hosen is really surprised. The 20th part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 21st part of the Necromancer's evolutionary traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Giant jumps out of the portal. Hosen smiles and brings a new sword. Andreas is really surprised to see that sword and thinks, magic sword Farong? A sword that gives its wielder a temporary buff by absorbing the opponent's strength. Hosen easily blocks the giant's attack. Andreas sees that and thinks, he's going to absorb Rudol's massive strength. Andreas thinks, damn it, he's a bad match for me. Hosen absorbs all the powers of Rudol. Hosen says, just now, that was a corpse of the giant tribe. Thanks for giving me this strength. Hosen's undead teammates attack him. Hosen easily kills them. Hosen says, I also want to thank you for using these guys. I brought them along because they're my client's underlings, but all they did was whine, making me want to kill them, you see. Andreas thinks, if Timer and Nickel get hit by Ganos, things will be bad. Hosen says, with the annoying bunches now gone, let's get to the fun part. Nichols appears in front of Hosen. Hosen appears behind him and says, right? Let's start with the most interesting part. You, skeleton. Hosen bring out a new sword and says, been a while since I used the sword breaker. Let me have some fun, will ya? Andreas think, shit, he's changing swords too fast. Nickel, don't take that sword hit directly. Andreas also attacks him from behind. Hosen easily blocks both of them. Timer also appears in front of him ready to attack. A really loud bang happens. Hosen smiles really big. What a shame. Andreas thinks, that was close. If Timer hadn't been here, either Nickel of I would have been cut in two. Nickel's left arm is cut off, and his sword is also broken. Hosen says, about the time I end this. It was fun fighting against you. AUA using undead. Andreas thinks, do I have no choice but to use sloth here? Nickel, go back for now. Nickel doesn't move. Andreas says, I said go back. Hosen says, he's got more backbone than his master. Not turning you back on you, enemy. System says, Sloth Phantom Legendary wishes to use the Sloth. Sloth Phantom Legendary and the Sloth will be sharing cooldowns. Do you accept? Andreas thinks, right? I forgot Nickel can also use the Sloth. Considering the pain I felt at the time, which felt like my whole body was being torn apart, it might be better if Nickel, who can't feel pain, uses it. Hosen says, It seems like you're out of tricks. Let's end this. What are you planning this time? Don't you dare interfere with him. Pretty impressive swordplay for a mage, but too sloppy. Hosen says, later. Timer also attacks. Hosen says, what an annoying cat. I'll take care of you first. Nickel releases a large amount of aura. Hosen sees that and thinks, what the hell? For an undead, that's a tremendous aura. What is just a single strike? After all that aura he gathered? Hosen feels something and says, no, it's aura secret arts. Andreas also feels really strong wind pressure. He sees Nickel has white skin and white hairs. Nickel turns back to the undead form and goes back to subspace. Andreas says, thank you. Hosen is barely standing and both of his swords are broken. Andreas thinks, that guy, he survived Nickel's secret arts? Hosen is really surprised and says, no way. The sword breaker. Even Farong too. Timer appears in front of Hosen and punch. Hosen barely dodges it. Hosen summons a new sword called Ganos. He says, you fucking corpse. Hosen attack Andreas. Andreas dodges the attack. Timer hits Hosen in the stomach with a powerful punch. Hosen coughs out blood. Andreas thinks, I'll end it with this. Egoless sword. Hosen sees Andreas ready to fight and says, now you want to duke it out?
Brat.
All right, I'll bite. Andreas jumps toward him and thinks, I'll finish this before he recovers. Andreas's attack hits him. After that we see a flashback where D. Scrun says to Hassan, you're half wrong, half right. A sword is nothing more than a tool. And a tool should be the last thing you think about in swordsmanship. I don't get why the sword isn't important in swordsmanship. Isn't it obvious that if two equal warriors fight, the one with the better tools will win? That is true in a battle between ordinary men. And that's why I said you were half right and half wrong. A fight between those who have reached that state of Aura Master is won by the one who has greater insight into swordsmanship. If you lack insight, even if your opponent is using a tree branch, they may still be able to threaten your life. And you have the talent to become Aura Masters. If you are too dependent on your tools, you will destroy your own talents. Hosen coughs out a lot of blood. An undead who can use the Aura secret technique with a broken sword. I should have listened to that geezer. Hosen says, Brat, are you that geezer's apprentice? Andreas says, yeah, no wonder. I can smell the smell of potato from your sword. Carlos brings the reinforcements and says, over here quickly. Quick, get on the boat. Hurry, before it's too late. Andreas comes to boat from the underwater. Andreas says, I thought I was going to die. Quick, pull me up, please. How? Did you swim all the way here? Carlos asks, how did you swim all the way here? Andreas says, those men attacked me all at once, so I left my trail on the land and swam here like a madman. Carlos says, those bastards. Andreas says, please calm down, Carlos. Our luggage is safe. And in the first place, Muriel is that kind of place, right? Carlos thinks. But among them there was one who had a considerable EUA. I finally got it, Andreas. I finally get why everyone is calling you a seaweed. After that we see Andreas inside a cave. He attached an arm with Nickel. Andreas says, and done. Try moving it. It's the sword devil's arm, so it shouldn't be too bad. All right, now that Nickel has been fixed. System says, Sloth Phantom Legendary has a 32% chance to evolve. There is one divergence option available for evolution. Do you want to evolve? Revenant Fighter Legendary has a 88% chance to evolve. There is one divergence option available for evolution. Do you want to evolve? Andreas thinks. Their evolutionary chances went up considerably after fighting Hosen. Evolving timer now sounds good. Revenant Fighter Legendary currently evolving. Remaining time is 342 hours, 28 minutes, 3 seconds. Andreas says, maybe I'll start working on my elemental magic when I get back. There's also something I want to research. After that we see at the academy Sharon says, Morn's apprentice, what are you here for? I've heard that I'm being removed from the congregation. Jester says, that's right. I'm the one who suggested it. Because the congregation does not tolerate those who are unworthy. Even more so for someone who can't even manage a single disciple properly. Sharon says, Master Jester, that's? Jester says, Even with none of that, have you even done anything useful for the congregation? You haven't managed to bring a single useful research result or artifact. On merit alone, you're far inferior to that troublesome disciple of yours. Surely you know how significant it is to secure a single codex, right? Sharon, do you want to stay in the congregation? Sharon says, I'll do anything. Please give your order. The location of the ancient magical beast Kushane has been found, and it's very close to Rodlin. Sharon is really surprised and thinks, a creature from the age of myth, found in these times? A beast that could dominate intelligent being and drain them of their strength through lesser evil spirits. I thought it was a magical beast only mentioned in ancient writings. Jester says, I'll give you the location of Kushane, how to unseal it, and the power to control it. After you've tamed the magical beast, bring you an impudent disciple before me. Sharon thinks, looks like he's not very pleased with him taking the sloth and doing as he pleases. That suits me fine. Sharon smiles and says, I can get rid of Andreas, who put me in this mess, and at the same time, if I'm lucky, I might even get myself a magical beast. Pretend this conversation never happened. Sharon thinks, must be because of the deal with Salem Edidia. Sharon says, please leave it to me. It is also my duty as a teacher to discipline a misguided disciple. The next day, Rodlin Academy. Andreas thinks, I learnt one thing today. I should have done my research in a more convenient place. Although I've got a good start, it will take some time before it's finished. Right now, I should go back to the dorm and get some rest. Lou calls Andreas and says, why are you ignoring my calls? Is your tablet just a decoration? And says, my bad, I was going out with my acquaintance. He thinks, they sure managed to get along well. She says, anyway, have you seen this yet? A warning notice was posted. Finally, we can say goodbye to that dank student dormitory. Vivian thinks, I want to live in the same dorm as Mr. Fairy, and thinks this is an incident in which spirits are attacking the students in the Tunrico dormitory. It's the event of the sealing of the ancient magical beast. Why is this happening already? Back in the game, it's supposed to happen 6 months after the game starts. She says, why are you looking grim? Stop wasting time and tell me which dormitory you got into. He says, well, I got placed in the Delgian dorm. She says, what a lucky boy you are, to be able to live in the same place as a beauty like me. Andreas says, what are you talking about? Either way, I'm going back to my dorm for a bit. I have to pack my stuff and check on the dorm situation. She says, sure go ahead. Vivian says, I'm going with you too. Andreas says, yeah, that would be a great help. They both go to the dorm. Andreas says, did you see it too, Vivian? She says, I only saw it briefly, so I don't know all the details. Since it's happening in the magic department and all I know is a professor named Sharon Dyfrin started an investigation into it. Andreas thinks, my intervention has changed the course of events. Andreas says, I see. Diane is walking slowly in front of them. Andreas says, that's. Diane says, wrong. This is also wrong. Diane. She says, don't touch me. Don't. Talk to me. Andreas thinks, it got Diane too. In Rodlin, there are 2 mid-level mid-bosses, including Sharon. Back in the game, only one of them got their hands on Kushane. Since the other one hasn't made their move, that means the culprit is probably. Diane says, it's not something you can handle. I suggest you leave quietly. Diane says, what? Are you talking? Andreas thinks, should I try saying its master's true name? It should give me an opening. He says, Kushane. She gets really scared. Andreas hits her behind the neck. Vivian grabs her. She slowly starts to wake up. Andreas says, have you returned to your senses? Diane says, where am I? Andreas says, do you know who I am? Diane says, you're Andreas, right? Why are you asking me that silly question? It was a dangerous situation. You were possessed by a spirit. Vivian says, Andreas is the one who saved you. Diane says, is that so? I do have a memory of seeing you. Andreas says, we should leave the building for now. She says, sorry to keep causing you trouble. Please don't mind it. By the way, Diane, did you volunteer to be an assistant investigator? She says, yes, because I was curious. It's not every day you get to research spirits, right? That's when Professor Sharon asked me to join him. Andreas thinks that explains. His offers are just bait. He lured Diane to be possessed by the spirit. Diane was probably so focused on her sorcery that she let her guard down, letting Sharon summon a spirit to possess her. That coward. He's getting bolder. Andreas says, "Do you know where Professor Sharon went to?" She says, "If I'm not wrong. He said he's going to look for the main body." Andreas thinks, the sealing place. I've got to hurry. After that, we see Sharon is standing in front of a statue where he is sacrificing humans. Sharon says, "I did it. All that's left is to get rid of you." Andreas. The 21st part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 22nd part of the Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. A special thanks to my channel members for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Andreas and Vivienne are running. Andreas says, "Thank you for coming with me." She says, "Don't mind it. If anything, I'm glad I could help." Andreas thinks, "I brought her with me for now because I have no valid excuses to leave her behind. But is this going to be okay? At this rate, not only will I be unable to use my summon, but if I screw up, she might find out about my connection to Sharon. Has my judgment slipped after being up all night? Maybe I should make up an excuse and send her back now." They suddenly stopped. There are some people standing in front of them. Andreas says, "No way. Not the other students, too. The students are acting like zombies." She says, "Is this also Professor Karen's doing?" He says, "Yes, those were all students who took his class." She says, "Why would a professor do this?" He says, "Vivienne." She says, "Yes." Andreas says, "Can you subdue them without harming them? Time is running out. I have to go and stop the professor." Vivienne says, "Okay, I'll follow you soon." Andreas thinks, "Please don't. I'd be happier if you didn't." Andreas starts to run and says, "All right, I'll leave them to you." They attack Indira's. Vivienne blocks the attack. He thinks, "I managed to separate myself from her for now. But she isn't just going to kill everyone, is she? I guess I have to believe in her for now." After that, we see Sharon is standing in front of a really big monster. Sharon smiles and says, "Good. It's perfectly under control." Sharon feels something. He uses a bone wall to block an attack from behind, and he is holding a red crystal. Andreas gets there and says, "Now you've really done it." Sharon says, "Andreas? Why are you here?" Andreas thinks, "I thought I'd be quick enough. Seems I'm too late." The abnormally fast unsealing time and the strange magic that surrounded his body. A Peldarine crystal. Back in the game, Jester was the one who had it. So he's the one behind this. Sharon says, "How dare you attack me?" "Well, no matter. I was about to go to look for you." Android says, "I'm surprised. To be honest, I didn't expect someone like you to even get that dying. Not to mention, a small timer like you, Master." Sharon gives an evil laugh. He says, "That insolent way of talking. I knew I was right to take you in. Long ago, I secretly overheard a conversation between your father and Master Morn." After that, we see a flashback where his father says, "If we were to grow it, it would change the foundations of black magic or even the whole world." Morn says, "Indeed. What a fearsome thing." Sharon says, "The reason for your change of attitude must be that you have the thing they spoke of, or that you know how to use it." Andreas thinks, to think Evina mob like him knew it. Sharon says, "Now, whether you can use it or not, show me the legacy left behind by Cromwell." Andreas says, "How dull. Here I was wondering what you were planning to say. Turns out you were just planning to rob a kid." Andreas summons Nickel and Timer and says, "All right, enough talking." Sharon is really surprised and thinks, "Is that Tiger Lord Timer he got from the congregation? He can control high-rank undead already? But as long as I have the Peldarine crystal with me." Sharon smiles and says, "Remember who you master is, Andreas. Andreas says, I didn't learn anything from you. But as the saying goes, the student outshines the master. Sharon laughs and says, you really are an insolent brat. Sharon summons an army of undead. Andreas sees all his summons and says, Kushane is buffing all his summons. Andreas brings out his sword and says, I have had enough of you. I'm cutting my ties with you here and now, Sharon Dyfrin. Sharon says, see if you can. Because I'm going to kill you and take Kane's legacy. And then, I'm going to reanimate your corpse to be my slave. Vivienne is still fighting the other students. She thinks, I have to catch up with Andreas, but they keep backing up. There's going to be no end to this. Maybe I should just kill them all. She thinks of Andreas saying, Vivienne, can you subdue them without harming them? She thinks, no, Mr. Fairy wouldn't want that. One of them attack her from behind. She blocks the attack. Another attacks her from the side. She suddenly remembers something. She thinks of Andreas saying the name of a big monster. She thinks he said some sort of spell. I remember it. She smiles and says, Kushian, and hits one of the students on the neck. She thinks it's wrong. What was it again? Kushuan. She keeps hitting them after saying random words. After a while she thinks, this is no good. If I keep this up, I'm really going to kill them all. Maybe. Kushane? All the students get scared to hear that. She thinks, it's working? In that case, all I have to do now is beat them up. After that we see some ghosts come out of the student's body. She runs toward them and thinks, I have to end this before they do anything weird. She punches a ghost. It surrounds her. Ghost says, what are you hiding, Vivienne? Either way, you'll be thrown out. No? After all, it's your fate to be thrown away again. Trying to cling on to life. How unsightly. You put your trust in a stranger when even your own mother threw you away? I was hoping for a son. I wish I had never given birth to you. She is really scar-end. Ghost says, your very existence is a misfortune, and everyone around you will die because of you. Why don't you just quietly die off alone? She says, if I disappear, will Mr. Fairy be safe? She puts a sword against her own neck. Ghost say for SY, I promise. She says, pro.
Mise.
She thinks of Andreas saying, please, keep that promise. I'll always be looking out for you. After that we see, Andreas, Nickel, and Timer are all destroying Karen's undead summons easily. Sharon smiles and uses the crystal. He says, let's see how far you can go with just the three of you. Kushane is ready to attack. It gathers energy in his mouth and calls Rudall. The giant hand punches the Kushane in the head. Kron is really surprised and sees the hand and thinks, what is that? Andreas gives order to Timer and says, I'll leave this big one to you. Andreas says, Nickel, clear out the mooks and get into hiding. I'm going to take him down now. Timer punches Kushane in the face. Andreas thinks, rather than spending my mana on mana-inefficient Rudos, I'm going straight for Sharon and will steal his Peldarine crystal. I have to finish this fight before anyone notices. Kushane screams. Kron says, indeed. No way you could lose to such an attack. Andreas and Timer appear right behind Sharon. Andreas attacks him. Kushane blocks the attack with his hand. Sharon laughs and says, do you really think you're a match for an ancient magical beast? Andreas thinks, using the deadly sins here might make it easier, but greed has its backlash, and sloth is still in its cool-down period. Andreas says, seems you like antiques. If it's an ancient magical beast, I also have one. Remember that big arm from earlier? Sharon thinks, could it be that it was a giant? Where did he get something like that? Next time, I'll have to crush your head. Andreas thinks, I've got to taunt him as much as I can. Sharon says, try it. If you can, that is. A magic circle appears under Andreas's feet. A big explosion happens. Sharon is laughing. Andreas is floating in the air unharmed. Sharon is really surprised and says, how? Andreas thinks, this is vampire's blood magic? Could it be because of that time? He thinks of a vampire biting him in the earlier chapters. Andreas thinks, I see now. Sharon was probably studying Angela's blood. Sharon says, how did you survive that high-rank blood magic? Andreas says, how knows? Maybe thanks to Angela Lucifer's gift? Sharon gets really angry and says, "Don't tell me it was you who let that vampire escape?" Andreas says, "My bad. Maybe you should treat your pupil nicer." Sharon gets so much angrier that his head looks like it's about to explode. He starts to attack. Andreas easily dodges his attacks. Sharon says, "How dare you? How dare you ruin my once-in-a-lifetime chance?" Andreas is dodging all the attack of Kushane. He thinks, looks like Nickel managed to hide. Now, Andreas attacks Sharon again. Kushane blocked the attack. Sharon thinks, this brat. He's more skilled with a sword than I thought. Andreas appears behind him, and he is about to stab him, but Kushane blocks him in time. Andreas gets hit. He coughs out blood. Nickel appears there and cuts one of Kushane's leg. Sharon is really surprised. Andreas laughs. Nickel has cut one of Karen's arms. Andreas says, "Good job, Nickel." Sharon is screaming with pain. He thinks, the crystal. Kushane screams uncontrollably. Andreas thinks, crap. Kushane's control is. No, without the crystal. Sharon jumps toward the crystal, and Kushane is behind him. Kushane eats Hail of Sharon. Andreas gives Nickel an order saying, "Nickel, please grab its attention. We've got to recover that crystal." Kushane breaks the crystal. Kushane is about to attack with an energy beam from its mouth. Andreas says, "Not good." Kushane's energy beam is ready. Andreas screams and says, "Everyone dodge." Kushane attacks, and a really big explosion happens. Kushane quickly grabs Andreas. Nickel and Timer are watching him with angry looks on their faces. Kushane easily throws Timer away. Vivienne gets there and cuts Kushane's hand. Andreas sees her and thinks, "Vivienne?" Andreas gets free of Kushane's grip. She says, "Andreas." She jumps toward Andreas to grab him. Kushane appears behind her. Andreas sees that and thinks, "No. Watch out." Kushane hits her with a really powerful punch. She goes bouncing really far. When dust clears, we see that Timer is holding Vivienne. She is unconscious. Andreas is relieved to see her safe. Andreas says, "There's no time to be worrying." Andreas brings out a sin of greed and thinks, "Wish I could do a bit more research before I use it." But, System says, "The original sin has detected greed. Would you like to use greed?" He thinks, "It's better than ending up dead here. Use it." Vivienne opens her eyes. She is really surprised to see Andreas standing in front of Kushane alone, ready to fight. Andreas is giving an evil smile. Kushane attacks. Andreas easily dodges it and says, "Filthy ancient beast. I'll turn you into an undead and make you my slave." Andreas uses his sword to attack. Kushane easily blocks it with his arm. Andreas gets back. He says, "I see. An absolute defense that only reacts against perceived attacks. In other words, surprise attacks work." And Dyrus says, "Nickel plays the bait." Nyx attacks Kushane. Vivienne is watching them fight. She sees Nickel and thinks that's an undead. She sees toward Timer and says, "Mr. Cat?" Nickel is attacking Kushane. Andreas appears behind Kushane and thinks, good. He attacked him from behind. Kushane screams. Andreas says, "Now, I'll turn you into undead." System says, "The sealed sword Galaxer has detected an ancient magical beast's blood, absorbing the magical beast Kushina's blood." Andreas says, "What?" System says, "The greed's active duration is ending. Incoming backlash." Andreas throws up blood. Vivian says, "Andreas." Andreas falls on the ground. Sword is absorbing Kushane's blood. She comes running toward him. Kushane's is screaming and is slowly crumbling. She is holding Andreas in her arms. System says, "The ancient magical beast's blood has released the Galaxer's first seal." Andreas thinks, "I never thought the blood of an ancient magical beast would be the key to unsealing Galaxer." Vivian says, "Is it over?" Andreas coughs and says, "I'm sorry for putting you in danger, Vivienne." She says, "It's okay. As long as you're safe, Andreas." He says, "And sorry for hiding my real identity." She says, "I don't mind. No matter who you are. It doesn't change that you're my Mr. Fairy." Andreas thinks, "I wonder, was there even a time that someone put their complete trust in me like this?" After that, we see back at the Colosseum someone says, "With this, the 111th opening ceremony of the Rodlin Academy will now begin. To Mr. Luis Artman, the first in his class, please come to the podium." Andreas thinks, this is where the game really starts. Mr. Luis Artman demonstrated academic excellence and good conduct. So far, I somehow managed to survive despite my lack of information. Although the number of people I have to protect has increased. At the same time, it also gives me strength. From here on, many big events will be coming. But, sure, I'll face them all. This was for the Deadly Sins. Season 1 ends here. Subscribe for more parts.